in getting to know the kind of researches that have been done, and we'll discuss about them and how they can be beneficial to the construction industry and how the same can contribute to the economic growth of our country, Kenya. So let me take this opportunity to welcome you, all of you, to this session. And my prayer and trust is that it is going to be a very productive session, that you will yield good results as far as our construction industry and the growth of our country, Kenya, is concerned. So all of you, individually, you have registered at the door. We recognize you, and we thank you for your coming. Now, amidst us, we have entities that are represented, and I wish to read them out so that you can be aware which entities are with us. And when I read your entity, you just raise up your hand and wave at me, so that can be a confirmation that you're actually in the house. There is an organization called National Housing Corporation. Are you in the house? National Housing Corporation was invited. Maybe they're still on the way. An entity called IET. Thank you. They're there at the back. We also invited KEFRI. Are they represented? Maybe they're on the way. I'm told they're outside. We have an entity called EPRA. EPRA, there they are. They're represented. Welcome. We have an entity called Catholic University. There they are, well represented. We have Kenya Building Research Center. Director is here. Thank you very much. Welcome. Mount Kenya University. There they are. Karibu sana. Kenyatta University. There they are, well represented. University of Nairobi. There we are, thank you very much. Dedan Kimathi University. There we are, karibu sana. University of Leeds. University of Leeds. There we are, thank you very much. Multimedia University. There we are, thank you very much. Jomo Kenyatta University. JKUAT. I think they must be on the way, coming. They're our partners. WIRE. W-I-R-E. Thank you. There we are, karibu sana. Borax. There we are, Borax behind there. Thank you very much, karibu. Contractors in the house. Anyone who is a contractor can put up their hands. There we are, a good number, karibuni. We have got IEK. Okay, do we have engineers in the house? Put up your hand. Thank you very much. Well represented. Thank you. Architects in the house, professionals. There we are, thank you. Quantity surveyors. There we are. Construction managers. There we are. Landscape architects. Maybe they're on the way coming. Any other professionals that have left out? Surveyors, land surveyors? Are they in the house? Lawyers in the house? Economists in the house? I'm representing you. All professionals, you're welcome. Okay, politicians? Incidentally, it looks like today is a very professional day, very technical day. Maybe politicians will come in later. they'll have their own session. Okay, what about AAK? Any representation from AAK? There you are, thank you. From FTOKIA? There you are, karibu. KFMB? Federation of Master Builders, RASECA, CAPSEC, contractors, yes, thank you very much. KBC, thank you very much behind there. Karibuni sana. All protocols observed. All of you in the house are recognized. Karibuni sana. So, and my name is Paul Gesora. I work with the National Construction Authority, and I'm a manager in that particular organization. Just I want to give you a brief snap view of how the day will run today. We have our day ending at 13:30 hours, and thereafter we shall break for lunch. But in between here, we're going to do a lot of work. And that work is about disseminating the kind of research findings that are been placed in store for you today. Today we are discussing frameworks. And frameworks are important because without a framework, how shall you be able to deliver an output? So they're important in delivering output. We have a conversation about early risk detection framework for the construction industry. We have another session to do with the development of a coordination framework for quality assurance processes of construction industry regulators. So those two topics are the ones that will be presented. They're the ones we are going to discuss today up till 13:30 hours. And as I've said before, our hope and trust is that the kind of engagement you're going to have today is going to be fruitful, and it will contribute a lot to strengthening the capacity of the industry, that is construction, and subsequently our economy here in Kenya. So I don't want to go very much. I want to welcome Engineer Stephen Nyakondo to come so that he can be able to make his welcome and preliminaries, and therefore proceed with the program thereafter. Remember that we are here up to 13 hours, and tomorrow again we shall be here to continue with the same activities. So don't think that the session is ending today. The session is ending today, tomorrow. It's a 2-day conference, and therefore I believe it's going to be productive for these particular 2 days that we shall be around. So Engineer Nyakondo, please come and proceed. Tumpatie makofi kidogo. Thank you very much.
Can I use, yeah? Okay, thank you, thank you. Can see that podium is being used. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Vice Chair of the Board, the NCA Executive Director, distinguished guests, and all protocols observed. I want to say thank you for this opportunity that we've been able to have today so that we can be able to share and discuss this matters construction. I want to, Bwana Gesora, NCA was also invited. I think we forgot to recognize us. The NCA team, I think we have members in the room. I think maybe we can also lift our hands. Karibuni, karibuni sana. Asante sana. Asante sana for coming in for the participation. The authorities' research mandate is prescribed through the NCA Act. And our activities are basically to ensure that we can be able to guide the construction industry and fill in the gaps that are there, probably as we implement our activities in the industry. The processes of the industry, the construction designs, the engineering designs, how are they implemented on a construction site. So we need to see how that is done. So the research activities of the authority are skewed towards that direction. And I want to appreciate our partners because of the support that they've been able to give us. Our policy in terms of research is partner-led, where we work with the universities especially to try and make sure that the knowledge that is in the university and the knowledge that is in the industry can be put together so that we can be able to implement. Much has been said about information that is in the universities in the archives, but as an authority, we've decided deliberately to make sure that that information is not archived. So that's why we work with them, and we've been able to work quite a bit with all the universities that we've had here for the last 5 years, and the output is very, very good. We still look forward to having more partnerships in these research activities that we do as an authority. So the NCA board and the executive director and the management have really been very supportful in these activities to make sure that whatever we are doing in the research department comes out into fruition. Like you see from this session that we are sitting here, we want to believe that the input that we are going to get, because this session is basically to get input, to get stakeholder contribution and criticism on the studies that we've done, so that we can be able to enhance and make them good for the public to consume. So we'll be able to take you through the processes that we've been able to do. Last year we had a session where we discussed 5 researches, which will soon be published. We are currently working on the publication of the same, and you'll be able to have that information out there. These studies also, once we finalize from this process, we'll be able to make them available for the public so that they can input the efforts that each of our organizations that you are seated here can be able to have in the industry. From our end, in terms of statistics, the authority believes in statistics, and most of our activities, they are addressed by the statistics that we have. We've worked very closely with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to be able to align our data. The data that we collect, we want to align it with the KESIC, so that as the Kenya Bureau of Statistics use their data to analyze and come up with the economic surveys, then the input that we get from the construction industry is very easy for them to consume. So as an authority, that's been a priority area for us to make sure that we align, and we've been able to work very hard on the same to make sure that we can align with that. And then this information will also be made available to the stakeholders. Therefore, I want to really appreciate that you've been able to take your time to come in, and we really look forward to your contributions. Please give us much input on the studies that you're going to do. We may not be able to have found everything that we wanted to find out there. Maybe there is some issues that you still have here. We would want to welcome them. Kindly contribute on our platforms, the social media, the Facebook and the YouTube. We already have teams that are monitoring that to make sure that that input can be taken up in the researches. I want to leave it there, Bwana MC, and I'll invite our General Manager, Corporate Services, to be able to come and invite the ED, and he'll give his short remarks. I am Engineer Stephen Nyakondo. I'm currently a Manager Research and Business Development at the Authority. Thank you very much.
The Vice Chair of the NCA Board, Advocate Mercy Okiro, our AD, Engineer Maurice Zakech, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a good day for us as an authority. I think we are delighted to be having this session on disseminating the researches that we have been doing for the last 1 year. So we are delighted to welcome you to today's event. As engineer said, as an authority, this is actually one of our key mandates, conducting research on matters relating to construction industry. And the reason why we do research, as our engineer said, is not basically for to make it a normal thing. We want to do research so that we can have an impact on the industry. We don't want to do it as part of our mandate. We don't want to do it and keep the findings to ourselves. We want to do it and to be able to share the findings that you have been able to identify during that process. And actually this is our third dissemination forum that we're having for the researches that we'll be doing. The first one was in 2021, 22 we had another one, that is last year, and this is our third one now in the year 2023. So in short, we are trying to streamline this event and to make it a permanent feature in our current in our calendar of events, just to ensure that we're able to share with the public what is happening in the industry. And actually towards that end, the authorities sat down. We had the NACRA agenda, the first edition, which came to an end in 2017. Subsequent to that, we have the NACRA agenda 2020-2024, which is basically guiding the research agenda in the construction industry. And in that agenda, there were issues that were identified, as Engineer Nyakondo said, through a consultative, participatory approach that the authority adopted. And through that, in that agenda, we have 44 areas that have been identified in that agenda. It's actually a public document. If you go to our website, you'll be able to access it. And the 44 areas that have been identified in that construction industry agenda, they are focused on 6 areas that we popularly call them the 6 M's, touching on money, which is very critical to be able to execute the projects that we need to do. And even as contractors, you need money to be able to do your business. So we are looking at, as an industry, how will we be able to mobilize resources? First, as contractors, as businesses, as entrepreneurs, that you're able to go on with your day-to-day operations, and more so to invest in the infrastructure that we need to build. The other issue is about machinery. We have manpower, which is basically the skilled and unskilled labor. Things are changing. Technology is coming. How do we incorporate that into the skilled labor that we have in the industry? We have issues about market, both local and also export. As a country, we need also to be able to tap into the international market when it comes to construction industry. How will we position ourselves to be able to take advantage of those opportunities that are there in the export market? So those are some of the areas that we focus on. So those are the 6 areas that we are focusing on in the construction research agenda. And as Nyakondo has said, for the 2 days that you're going to be here, we are focusing on 4 researches that have been done for the last 2 years. For the last 1 year, they were done in the last 1 year. So we just want to share with you the findings. So that, and we believe as we do that, we are going to get feedback, we are going to engage, and we are going to enrich these findings. We highly appreciate the support that you have been able to receive in the process of doing all this research, both in terms of expertise, in terms of resource persons, the time that we have spent with our partners to be able to come up with these findings. So we really appreciate the support that you have been able to get from our partners. As an authority, we believe in strategic partnerships, because we know we cannot effectively regulate the industry on our own. And that's why also we call upon you to be able to come, we share with you, and you also give us a chance. You get also an opportunity to be able to enrich these documents. So for the 2 days that you are going to be here, we are looking forward to engaging with all of us in our social media platforms, and even physically, those who are present. We are looking forward to a great time together in this place for the 2 days that you're going to be here. So feel appreciated and welcome to the Dissemination Forum 2023. So with those few remarks, I just want to call upon our Executive Director to come and make his remarks and proceed from there. Karibu Idi.
Thank you, Mr. James Kilonzi, General Manager at National Construction Authority. Let me start by acknowledging the Vice Chair of the Board of National Construction Authority, who is in our midst, Madam Mercy Okiro. I also want to acknowledge our distinguished panelists who are going to take us through today's session, Professor Okwaro and Dr. From the University of KU and the University of Nairobi, as well as other guests sitting in the midst, our stakeholders whom have honored our invitation to come and sit with us here today. We really appreciate this, as well as other guests, our contractors. Good morning, all of you. Yeah, allow me to first say that indeed we don't take it for granted as National Construction Authority, because by your presence here, it is a sign that you actually working with us and part and parcel of this construction industry. You know, sometimes when you talk about research, it looks like a very technical and very hard thing. So people sometimes shy away. But I'm happy that today you've all turned out in numbers to come and be with us for the next 2 days. The mandate of National Construction Authority is to oversee the construction industry and coordinate its development. But within that mandate, we have a number of functions. One of them is undertaking research into any matter relating to construction industry. A research is only good if it is done and also disseminated for consumption to the stakeholders and the public. If we just do research and keep it somewhere, it's not beneficial to an economy. So we are happy as an institution that after conducting research, today we are gathered here to showcase the findings to you, to the general public, and the world. This will ensure that somebody amongst us here or out there, because we're also online, is able to pick on an item, take it to the next level, and either develop it into a product that can also benefit the industry. So we have lined out for the next 2 days 4 researches, which Engineer Nyakondo has already brought to you. But I just want to add 1 or 2 into those areas that we are going to showcase between today and tomorrow. One of them is, of course, the role of socioeconomic factors on rural road construction projects performance in Kenya. Of course, the experts are here. They'll be able to bring it out in more detail, break it down in a way that we can consume it. But this particular study was aimed at determining the role of selecting socioeconomic factors that influence how rural road construction performance is done in Kenya. It has many other things, including integrating the local content into the road construction. Within the space of time today and tomorrow, this will be brought out clearly, and even those who are sitting here, as you go back home, because you interact with this on a day-to-day basis, you'll be able to see what you can take on board, and even those who are logged in online. The other one, which is also very important, is development of a coordination framework for quality assurance processes for the industry, construction industry. As you know, we have many players in the construction industry as regulators, each playing a distinctive role. And each one of them, for a quality product, as a building, as a road, as a water project, or whichever type of project to be achieved, they need to work together, collaboratively. So this particular research is going to look at the linkages, or how we can have linkages amongst various players to have what we call a seamless coordination across board, so that at least the industry is well coordinated, which is part of the mandate of National Construction Authority. Of course, the third one is assessing factors that influence participation of local firms in public and private partnership projects in Kenya. One of the most recently concluded projects, as you are aware, is the Nairobi Expressway, and it was a PPP project. The question, as this will be presented to you, was there any local involvement or involvement of a local firm in a project like that one, as an example? Or what are the factors that influence those kind of firms to get involved? Is anyone sitting here, and I'm sure some of you are investors, was able, if was approached or given opportunity, to have an input on that project? Those are the questions that will be addressed in that particular study that will be presented to you by the end of the 2 days. And then lastly, in the studies outlined for us for presentation here, which is very important, is early detection system for building failures in Kenya. Building failures has now become a commonplace, either because of age, because of poor workmanship, because of substandard materials, because of inadequate designs, or because of non-compliance, among many other factors that cause buildings to collapse. But all we are saying, should it happen, this particular study is supposed to tell us what should we be looking for. You know, if I may use a bad example, before someone dies, unless it's an accident, there will be some symptoms which comes into a disease, then that person dies. So before a building collapses, what will we be looking for? Is it a headache? Is it a backache in that building? I think that will come out clearly, and I think this is very important for us. And of course, we know, apart from these particular dissemination areas, we also going to give us the role of National Construction Authority in the affordable housing program. This is one of the key pillars of our government, the new administration, that is Kenya Kwanza government. Among the 5 pillars, one of them is affordable housing, which is currently ongoing, and a number of projects have been launched to date. The question is, what is the role of the authority? And that can also be informed by the researches we do. I'm also keen to note that in that space, as affordable housing program is concerned, we have been able to do a few things. Number one, if you go to the Jamhuri ASK showground, Agricultural Society's showground in off Ngong Road, just after meteorological department, as you head to Karen, for those who know Nairobi, there is a space there that's allocated, and there are 10 different technology service providers who have put up houses there, model houses, using different technologies that can be used in affordable housing. So any investor that wants to invest in that space can actually go there and check which technology fits or suits their project in terms of the cost, time of delivery, as well as quality. Because affordable housing must also be decent, must be of good quality, must be of affordable cost, as well as must be delivered within a short time. The other thing we've done in the space of affordable housing is that today we have a manual that is developed and has in it about more than 60 items. If you look at a house like this room we are sitting in today, it has many components. If you start with the door itself has a hinge, has a lock, has a handle, and many other things that go with it, even the screws. If you look at a window, you have many other things. And the building itself has many other things. So broken down, we identified about 66 items, of course in collaboration with the State Department of Housing and other stakeholders to come up with that document. This document sets standards for manufacturing those items I'm talking about. So in the space of SMEs, that is micro, small, and medium-sized entrepreneurs, they can actually use that document, the space you call Juakali, to manufacture as many of those hinges as possible, as many of those locks as possible, to ensure that during the affordable housing implementation, the contractors can use from there. This will grow or promote our local, what do you normally call it? Buy Kenya, build Kenya, as a way of promoting local manufacturing sector, and as by extension, SMEs. We also, in the space of affordable housing, for every contractor you see doing those projects, for every skilled construction worker, the contractor is licensed by NCA, the construction worker is also accredited by NCA. That cannot be wished away because registration is a mark of standardization and it's a mark of quality. Meaning that by the end of those projects, you will expect quality service because the people and the services being delivered there have been given a mark of quality by way of registration by National Construction Authority. And of course, in the space of ease of doing business, there is we have developed an online system which requires you to operate from the comfort of your office. In fact, even today's forum, you may see yourself as filling this room, but those who are logged in online are quite a big number. That is the space of ease of doing business so that we can also reduce on the time taken to travel to the venue. Of course, we also coming up with the Center for Construction Industry Development, CCID. This Center for Construction Industry Development is geared towards achieving, setting up a center for training contractors at high level, if I may call it so. It's also aimed at ensuring that the researches we're going to discuss here and many others that will come for the findings and recommendations that need to be taken to the next level needs to be innovated or incubated so that they come into a product. And of course, this center will also act as a place where we can do training using simulated or simulators, where you can actually feel like you are running an equipment or operating an equipment, but you are doing it through a machine. By the time you touch the real equipment, you're already good. Lastly, under what we are working on is the National Building Code, which is a document that will repeal the building code that has been existing since 1968. This building code is a big departure from the existing one because the National Building Code we are coming up with is a performance-based, just in a nutshell. Performance-based in the sense that for those who in the space of materials development and technology development, you don't have to worry whether that technology and material has been described in the code or prescribed. All you need to think about is whether it will meet the performance requirements as prescribed in the code. What strength requirements does it meet? What are the fire rating requirements does it meet? What are environmental requirements does it meet? In the old code, it was very prescriptive, which means if you're using a stone, it must be, for example, 200 millimeter thick and must be Nairobi blue stone. And you know, if you're building in Garissa, how do you transport a stone from Nairobi to Garissa? Because that's what the code says, as an example. But if you're in Garissa, you can use a local material produced there as long as it meets the performance requirements prescribed in the code. That's what the new code is all about, as well as onboarding environmental and sustainable issues. So let me also emphasize on the reason, the fact that has made us to reach this stage. I want to appreciate the partnerships that we've been able to enjoy, and that's why we are able to even come here today. Without partnerships, you wouldn't be here. So the authority is very keen in involving and working with all stakeholders in the industry with a view of having a vibrant and progressive construction industry that encourages social and sustainable development. So to that extent, I am very grateful for each and every one of you present here today. We all have a role to play as the custodians of construction industry, and it remains our duty to propagate that particular role. I hope and look forward and say that this forum will prove to be of benefit to all of us, and ultimately towards a world-class, well-capacitated construction industry for our country, and for the benefit for all of us. With those few remarks, I would now wish to take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chairperson of the Board of National Construction Authority, Madam Mercy Okiro, to come and address you, the audience, both physically and those who are logged in online. Thank you very much, and wishing you a fruitful day today and tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. I will avoid reading this speech verbatim, so I'll just say the Executive Director of the NCA, Engineer Maurice Akech, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning again. The background has been laid out by the Executive Director, so I'll not repeat. And by now, of course, most of you in this room are stakeholders in the construction industry, so you do understand more or less the role of NCA. And for those who didn't, the Executive Director has done an exemplary job. Because of time, I won't read the speech, as I said. I will just highlight a few issues, and I will say that a key area of interest for the authority in the recent past is enhancement of productivity in the construction industry, and our strategic plan 2020 to 2025 aims at 90% compliance with authority requirements on construction, and we further target 95% of the construction industry information system development. And the solutions proposed in these studies that you will receive over the course of the next 2 days aim to fill these goals, and these goals are, as have been set by our strategic plan. And the key areas we've identified include quality assurance in construction, which of course includes information sharing amongst regulators to enhance the synergy in quality assurance. We also look to explore issues of project profiling to inform planning and financing, and also capture data to highlight the basic parameters of the construction projects for analysis and information. We also, of course, intend to explore areas of promotion of aspects of virtual inspection, and also we also look at quality and quantitative comparative analysis with other economies. And of course, over the last couple of months and weeks, I'll call them weeks really, we've heard a lot about Singapore, Malaysia, so we also want to understand what we can learn from those jurisdictions, as it were. We also look at understanding the local contractor involvement in PPP projects, and has been highlighted by the Executive Director. We've had several, of course, we understand that one of the key four agendas of this administration and this government is housing. And of course, most of these projects, even under the affordable housing program, are being done through PPPs. So that also is an area that we look to understand at the end of the 2 days. And also exploration of socioeconomic factors on construction performance. And this is an area where I must plug in, and I will now give my words and say that social economic issues include gender matters, issues of finance, issues of persons with disabilities, and any other issues that people generally call social justice issues. But what we are saying is that at the heart of the construction industry, we can't just say that construction industry is hardware and manpower and men and 70%. And I stood here last year at the Dissemination Forum, and I did complain and say, where are the women? Those panels were manels. I remember I said they were manels. And manels are panels of men only. But this year's program, I will ask us to clap for the research and capacity training development department. We don't have manels, so a clap. Even in terms of attendance, now the manels, I can see more women, I can see people that I'd say youth. And you see, until I called out the panels, that is the one thing we've moved on. I have seen the panels have women. Now, the challenge for this year on this, Mr. Gesora, Jem Kilonzi, Idi, in the next dissemination forum we have, I want to see persons with disabilities, and I want to see youth. This year we have women. Last year we only had one woman. I almost closed the conference and went to the feeder offices, but they assured me that they would do better. So we cannot ignore social economic issues. Don't forget that if we do not involve people that we consider to be the marginalized or the weaker members of society, and especially when we're talking about the construction industry, because it is known that, of course, women, youth perhaps, apart from when they do the lower tier jobs, if we do not involve all the members of the society, we cannot achieve these goals that we talk about the construction industry. So let's have more youth being contractors. Let's have more women applying for NCA 1 to 3. Let's have more women professionals in rooms. Let's have persons with disabilities. And not just because the government insists, or the government or the constitution has tied us, because we are humans, we're in this society, and everyone in this society must be involved in the construction industry. Therefore, I must say that I look forward to also, I'll be logging in online, and I will look forward especially to understand the research on socioeconomic factors, so that next year we know how to ameliorate and improve our approach to these matters as an authority. Now, at the end of this two-day forum, we look to have a coordinated construction industry, of course, and we really are keen on 30% level of participation for local contractors in PPPs, and that report I know will be disseminated to the board accordingly for it to be considered at a policy level. And also, we need to promote equal opportunities for disadvantaged groups. We have started capacity building, and I would like to shout out to WIRE. I know I'm a millennial, so I'll shout out people. So I would like to thank WIRE for their partnership for women in the construction industry. So we also look for organizations that really target youth, persons with disabilities, and these communities that we call marginalized in this industry, to kindly reach out to NCA for purposes of collaboration, and also to explore how we can collaborate and train and also bring more people in terms of disadvantaged groups to the society. We've also enhanced on soft skills, I must say. Increasingly, our CPDs are diverse. We are not just training on, I'd say, mambo ya mujengo tu, just going to site. We are training on financial management. We are training on communication skills, the use of technology, communication, how to manage yourself on the site, etc. And we really hope that all together, all the papers that are discussed here and the studies, once they are disseminated to the public, they also inform our policy, because we are also plugging in the building code and other pieces of legislation, policy, as well as also projects, as the ED has said. I will not repeat, so that we can all move together. So I'll conclude by saying that research is an important way of addressing industry challenges, and I look forward to the in-depth discussions on the research papers being presented in this forum. Also, we appreciate that research is key in our mandate as NCA. As such, I wish to thank you all for your attendance, both those who are online and those who are here physically, and I look forward to following the papers. And at this juncture, I would like to officially open this forum and let us engage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for those very good remarks that have set the stage for the scene, set the scene for the day. That's today and tomorrow. At this juncture, I want to return the mic back to our main MC of the day, Mr. Gesora.
Thank you very much. I think let us give them a good round of applause. Thank you very much. Now we go straight into the business of the day. I'm calling Engineer Proson to come over here so that Engineer can tell us about assessment of factors influencing participation of local firms. Can tell us about early risk detection framework for the construction industry in Kenya. Wangapi wanamkaribisha Engineer Proson? Makofi. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Okay. The Vice Chair, the ED, and management of NCA and stakeholders are welcome for this presentation. So the research is on early risk detection system for the construction industry. So we are doing together with architect Angeline Wende. Angeline. So I'll go straight to the content. Okay, we'll the content of the presentation has introduction, the statement of the problem, it has objective, it has methodology and methods, it has data analysis, it has results, it has conclusion and recommendation. So let me do the other one. Thank you, Angeline. So, introduction, we are saying construction industry contribute largely to the GDP of the country. The last economic survey, it was saying 6.6%. And the industry is not an indicator of economic performance. It also has a ramification in other sectors, agriculture, mining, and the rest. So the industry is governed by a number of laws and regulations. Some of them include the Physical Planning Act of 2019. We have the NCA Act. We have various regulations under the Physical Planning Act and under the NCA. We have the County Government Act, and the rest. So, so far, government has transformed a number of legal instruments. One of them is the NCA Act, which has empowered the Act so that we have what we call mandatory inspection to address the issue of building failure. We also have the building code, which the ED has mentioned, which is coming in to transform the industry and to promote the ease of doing business. In terms of problem statement, we've noted there are frequent cases of building collapses. And NCA, 3 years ago, conducted a research on the causes of building failure. And some of the factors that were noticed as causes, there were technical factors, we have legal factors, we have ethical factors, we had environmental factors, we have financial factors, and what have you. So this research we are doing is to implement the technical cause of building failure. So we are, our research basically is to come up with a tool, inspection tool, a risk-based inspection tool to promote efficient inspection in construction site. So in terms of the objective, the main objective of the study is to establish construction quality risk factors for the purpose of developing early detection system to address the issues of building failure and collapses. The specific objective include to identify project quality risk factors during various development phases of the project. These include feasibility stage, design stage, and construction stage. Number 2 is to determine the likelihood or the chances of these factors materializing in the site. And the third one is the consequences in case these risks materialize. And the fourth objective is now to formulate the framework. And we've attempted to do a draft, and we'll share in due course. We did some literature review, deep literature review, and our research was guided by a number of theories. Some of the theories include decision choice theory and theory of risk. These are the theories that guided our crafting of our questionnaires and also interpretation of our results. So we look at the literature and we drew a number of factors which we thought which have been established somewhere else by researchers as the cause, as the factors that can cause building failure. And the feasibility stage of a project, we established 10. And the design stage of a project, we established 13. And the construction stage, we established 24. So in total, we had 47 quality risk factors that have been established somewhere as the causes of building failure. So what we did in our research, we operationalized these variables into a questionnaire, and we subjected them to our professionals in the industry, so that we can get what are the significant factors under this one. So in terms of the conceptual framework, we look our building sectors as shown in the screen. We are saying we have a number of stages in the we have this feasibility stage, design stage, construction stage, and we have post-construction stage. And we have risks as a second column. And those are risks which, if they are not controlled, it can cause performance failure in a site. When I say performance in terms of quality, cost, time, safety, among others. But our research is focusing on factors that are detriment to the quality that can lead to building collapse. So we use, in terms of methodology and methods, we use mixed method research, what we call exploratory sequential mixed design, where we started our data research, data analysis. Okay, we had a questionnaire, semi-structured, where we had open-ended question and closed-ended questions. So we did some quantitative analysis, and the results from the quantitative analysis was subjected to qualitative review by experts from the university. The respondent in our research were 393 professionals drawn from the construction companies. And the unit of observation were architects, engineers, conservators, construction managers, and in some instances we have site supervisors. On the ongoing construction site in the financial year 2021-2022. We did our analysis using SPSS, Excel, and we've done our presentation through tables, charts, and also a share sheet. So in developing this tool, we wanted to use a risk-based approach. So that we develop an instrument which is efficient and which can give us desired results. So we are saying the first thing we establish these factors from the one we clean from the literature by subjecting them to our respondents, and also subjecting them to expert review to establish that these factors are significant to our context, Kenya. So these factors we establish in terms of their likelihood in terms of a chance of happening in a site, and also the consequences in case those factors materialize. And when we establish what we call risk value by multiplying the likelihood times the consequence, and now we to enable us rank these risk factors. I'll just demonstrate the next slide. So, for example, the top 3 factors under feasibility stage. One of them was underestimation of project cost. In terms of likelihood, in a scale of 5, the likelihood is 3.239 of that risk that whatever happening. In terms of consequences, if that risk materializes, the consequence is 3.27 in a scale of 5. So the risk value, which is a product of likelihood and consequence, we get 11.09. We did the same for all factors under feasibility. We went ahead, we did for the design. Design, we had 13 factors. So this is the top 3. Also, we did the same for the construction stage. And in the construction stage, it was interesting. One of the most important risk is engaging unqualified contractors with the risk value of 11.24. So, in summary, from the findings show that there are significant risk factors which are likely to impact the quality in all phases of construction projects. That is in feasibility stage, design stage, and construction stage. Yes. The risk values indicate highest portion of risk is at design stage, because that's a formative stage where all okay, that's the base, the foundation of construction. From the findings, it's clear that the risks are more during the design stage when the project is at its formative stages and the objectives are not so clear. As the project progresses, the objectives become clearer and the risk reduces. However, it is notable that all stages of construction have significant risks that warrant urgent attention if quality is to be achieved. So proper treatment action should be developed to prevent projects from defects arising from cumulative effect of risk. So, so we establish the risk values for each stages of project development. So, like if you look at TRF is the cumulative, where we can call the overall health condition of a site. RFEF, first one, is the risk value, cumulative risk value for the feasibility stage. RVD, risk value at design stage. RVC, risk value at construction stage. So we want to demonstrate, and I welcome Angie. We want to demonstrate in an Excel sheet what we mean by this. So, you can see the risk factors. This under feasibility stage. So we've developed an Excel tool that can give us some guidance. For example, the first column is those risk factors under design stage. The second column is also risk values. It was established through a questionnaire as likelihood, a product of likelihood and consequences. And then the third column, where we have yes or no, in case an inspector goes to that site and find there's deficiency in terms of that risk is observed in the site, we have 1. If there's no, we don't have that risk at that site, we put 0. And the 12% this is the weight. This value we use as a weight for those factors. So, for example, we have 5 ratings we've developed. From 0 to 20%, we have green, where we are saying the deviation from the requirements of the standard and law is negligible. 20 to 40, we are saying there's minor deviation. We are using the color blue. 41 to 60, we are using yellow. You are saying moderate deviation from the standards and regulation. So like now we have yellow. When we say 50, 40, and 60, we are saying it's moderate. There's slight moderate deviation from the standard and requirements. When it's green, this is blue. That's between 20 and 40. We are saying there's minor deviation, and we've developed a decision criteria together with experts. Professor Rukwaro was leading that. We've developed a criteria of to guide action to be taken. So we've done for all the risks, right from feasibility stage to construction stage. So when it's red, we are saying catastrophic, meaning the site should be maybe closed immediately, and there's additional criteria we share. So the inspector will be just putting yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. And the results, inspector will be just putting yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. And the results goes to a server and shared with the management. So I think that is clear. So we can share the decision criteria. So from the decision criteria, when we get a score of 0 to 20, we are saying it's negligible. it says minimum deviation from the set quality standard. Action required is saying no or minimum intervention required. Site supervisors are encouraged to observe the performance of quality risk factors to reduce the risks to be as low as reasonably practicable. When it is low, that is 20, when the site is scoring 21 to 40, we are saying there is minor deviation from the set quality standard and requires minor correction. Project consultants are required to find the root cause of the deviation and prescribe reasonable intervention. This will be done within 21 days. There's a time frame. And then when it says moderate, that's for 21 to 60, we are saying from the set structural quality standard. Consider the site as a team of experts, as consultant, investigate the root cause and implement corrective measures as advised by the consultant. And this should be done within 14 days. When it's a measure, that's between 61 to 80%, we're saying the site to preserve safety and security of the site. Evacuate people from the site, a team of experienced consultants to actually conduct an investigation and to find the root cause which may lead to demolishing of the structure. We're also saying we report to the security agencies and mobilize the disaster management team. Also, we are saying we engage the media to alert the public on the impending danger. And this should be done within 24 hours. The worst case scenario, when the site is scoring 8 to 90, in terms of, we're saying all or almost of the structural risk factors have been neglected and may lead to structural failure and collapse. We're saying stop the construction site and control the site to preserve safety and security of the site. We're saying evacuate the people from the site and a team of experienced consultants to actually conduct investigation to find the root cause, which may lead to demolition of the structure. We are also saying report to security agencies and mobilize the disaster management team, and also engage the media to alert the public on the impending disaster. And it should be done within 24 hours. So in conclusion, we are saying our research we have established quality risk factors 47 through mixed methods. This is exploratory sequential mixed design. We have established through the questionnaire and also through the expert interview. Number two, we are saying the research has established a risk-based inspection tool, the one we presented, a draft one, and a decision criteria to guide in prioritizing action to mitigate risk, and also it can assist in optimizing finite resources. The risk-based inspection tool is designed to aid in also in monitoring performance of construction site, and we are focusing on quality performance. And also we're saying that the inspection tool promotes transparency and accountability in undertaking inspection activities. As a recommendation, we're saying through stakeholder-driven process, we can finalize development of this early risk decision system to complement the current quality assurance tools in use by the authority and the county government. We are also saying we need to enhance frequency of site inspection with a high exposure. Those with maybe red, amber, and yellow, moderate, major, and catastrophic, you need to enhance surveillance, but maybe by qualified inspectors. And we are also saying we require to adopt risk-based approach to decision making countrywide, especially in monitoring performance of projects. So I would like to stop at that, and I want to thank you for listening.
Hiyo ilikuwa snapshot ya research yenye imefanywa. I'm sure the full paper will be made available, and it takes a lot of energy to write such kind of a paper. So tumpatie applause ingine. Thank you very much. So it's now time for discussion. And we have been told about the subject matter, which is early risk detection framework for the construction industry. And you have seen green, amber, and red. And we have been told that when you come to the red stage, it is the undesirable stage where a structure can collapse. And that is the last thing we want to experience, because then lives will be lost and property will be destroyed. So before we reach there, we need to mitigate against these risk factors that have been identified. Before I call the panelists to come, or rather let me call out the panelists to come so that they can share with us the discussions on early risk detection framework for the construction industry in Kenya. Professor Ukwaro, Dr. Patrick Morigi, Anthony Okere, engineer, and Teresa Odula, architect. Please, you can take your positions here at the front for the purpose of discussion, where you'll be moderated by Engineer Angela Hugh. So please come, take your positions here. Meanwhile, I would like to recognize State Department for Housing. I'm told they're in the house. Can you put up your hand? Thank you very much. Karibuni sana, State Department for Housing. They've been partners with NCF for a long time in the aspect of provision of housing, affordable housing. Kirdi is in the house. Kenya Institute for Research, Kenya Industrial Research Institute. Are they in the house, Kirdi? Yes, there you are. Karibu sana, Kirdi. Feel very much in the place where you will be. We also like to welcome the AAK Honorable Treasurer, Rachel QS. Are you around? Rachel Mulondo. There she is. Most welcome. Board members of Borax, you're also welcome. Where are you? Borax, thank you very much. Over to the moderator, Angela. Yeah. Yes. Angela is our moderator. Yes. So we have here Professor Ukwaro, Dr. Patrick Morigi. Is Anthony around? Yes. Thank you very much. So we have our panelists here. Without further ado, I'll just hand over to our moderator so that we can start the conversation. Thank you very much. Please. We have a discussion going all the way to 11:30. 11:30, we have like 1.5 hours. I think. Yeah.
Of this amazing panel. So I'll have my panel members introduce themselves and with regard to their respective careers, try and imply or rather give us an oversight of the importance of what we're trying to do here today.
Yes, my name is Robert Rukwalo. I work in the University of Nairobi. I teach different professionals, quantity surveyors, architects, real estate professions, and construction managers. So for today, I think we are discussing about buildings. That's one of the physical assets that we normally develop in our country. And considering it's an investment, it becomes a very important aspect of our life. And we want to secure it, we want to make sure that it have returns and so on. So on this topic, which we are talking about early detection, we are really saying that whatever we develop, whatever we invest in, must have value and must be achievable. So when such things happen, like failures of buildings or collapse of buildings, it means that there is need now for us in the construction industry really to look at how do you mitigate such problems. And I think the model that we are going to present today, or what we'll be discussing now, is really a research that has been undertaken by professionals under the watch of National Construction Authority, and it has been seen that it will have value in mitigating the factors can minimize failure of buildings and collapse of buildings. So I think I will reach there, then we'll discuss further later.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Murege. I'm a civil engineer and a lecturer at Kenyatta University, where I also chair the school Research, Innovation and Outreach Committee for the School of Engineering. I also cut across, I teach in civil engineering students and also biosystems or agricultural engineering students. So I am excited to have been involved in this research, where we looked at the quality management more so when we look at the framework that we need to identify the risks that are there, to look at the likelihoods of this risk happening and the consequences, and then derive a framework when we are looking at also leveraging on the digital space or digital technologies to be able to inform ourselves. You know, previously, traditionally, we used to do checklists or brainstorm to identify the risks that we foresee along the path in whichever endeavor that we are doing, also in the construction industry. So now having a framework that helps us to have all these incorporated within it, and we have people going on ground in real time, identifying those risks, and more so giving them that score, and we have seen how they analyzed, and we are able to see how prone we are to certain disasters and mitigate them before we get there. So I think it's a very good course, and if it happens, then most of the challenges that we are having with failures in buildings in our country, or maybe even globally, because we have seen this problem is not only in Kenya, it's all over, even in the developed country. So this endeavor will help us to be able to curb or to bring down such occurrences. And I'm excited to be involved in this discussion.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teresa Odula. I'm an architect, interior designer. I think I'll represent the private sector here. I also have an MSc in safety and risk management, so this is very interesting for me to see how how this study has been done to make sure that we can detect the risks in construction early enough. I'm excited that we'll be able to discuss this, and I hope we'll have a vibrant discussion. Thank you.
All right, looks like we're well represented. We have safety, we have soils in civils, we have design, we have construction management, we have quantity surveyor. pretty much what we expect the audience to have, or pretty much all the professionals that are involved in constructions. So Engineer Preston took us through a high-level summary of what the research was all about, what data was collected, who was involved, how this data was analyzed, and basically the outcome of what this data is telling. So we'll have this panel break down to us the backstory of what they did. How was this data collected? Obviously, data was collected somehow. And why did they choose those questions specifically? What's the difference between qualitative and quantitative data? And what is that data telling us? How did they analyze that data? And why was that data analyzed that way? And basically, what is it telling us? So we'll go as you wish, panel members, and you can tell us the backstory of this data that was collected.
Thank you for that. Research is an inquiry to a specific issue defining a community or a society or a group of people or a sector. So in this case, the research is in the building construction industry, whereby we have been threatened by the collapse of buildings, as you know. We are never sure, even the ones who are actually sure, until the building is occupied and it stays for some time, you are never sure you will complete the project without it collapsing because of frequency of collapses that we have seen in this country. Yesterday there was a collapse, the other day was a, it's a recurrence that we have never known exactly why. And I think it's out of that background, we really felt that, can we come up with a tool for detecting, risk detection framework, so that we can preempt or we can minimize the collapses that we have been seeing. So what I can say about the whole research is that the problems were identified, the literature review that is relevant to this type of research was also identified, and through that literature review, we are able actually to come up with all the indicators that can lead to failure and the collapse of buildings. And they have been listed here. And all of us who are in construction industry, you know them. This is not something new that we are talking about. Because either it's an oversight, an omission, or being complacent, or actually being impunitive in trying to preempt some of already established standards, regulations. Yeah. So we have been they have been listed here. You have been told about the indicators or the factors or parameters that deals with the pre-design, that is before the contract or before the design starts. And basically this is an area where we are talking about conception of the project and procurement of consultants, and also the process of actually creating contractual positions by different participants in a project or the design and construction team. So then after that we have the design. We know very well about design. It's a teamwork which involves quite a lot of consultants. There is the architect, the mechanical engineer, the quantity surveyors, the construction managers, and so on. And then now we have the construction stage. We know the construction stage becomes the implementation stage of all the designs done by the constructors, the designers. And this is an area that really, the design stage and construction stage, that's where a majority of failures or omissions actually occur. Yeah? And it will occur either from poor designs, as you have seen, or from lack of participation of other people, or even using quacks in realizing these designs. And then the construction stage occurs because of lack of supervision, or probably the people who are actually being put up to construct, they are illiterate, they are quacks, they don't even know what is it takes to implement, to actually put up a foundation, or they don't even know how to really read some of the drawings and some of the specifications that that have been given to them. So in other words, we are saying is that building don't just collapse. Is our actions in participation in this process that leads to the collapse of buildings because of certain omissions we have done, because of certain illegality in law that we have actually have been undertaken. So that is the literature. So the literature was able to come up with all those indicators, and people have written a lot on that. Yeah. Then after that, we came up with now the model that would really help us in trying to really mitigate this. And here we are saying risk detention. We are really saying what are those actions that have really been stated by law and practice that we really need to adhere to, that we are not adhering. So we listed all of them. What are we not adhering to that we think is already in law? These things are in law. Yeah. For those people who have read the building code, the new or the old one, the new one, as you know, is towards the end. And I think since the internet, probably you have been seeing it. All these actions are listed there. They are listed in standard form of contract, documents that we use in our practice. So these things, we know them, but we know all these things are likely not to have happened, and it led to the collapse of building, or it led to certain failures that you have seen in the building. So all those ones were done, and the model really is really saying, identifying those aspects, and then going out there in the field, that when it comes to methodology, going there in the field, asking the consultants, for you, have you at any chance found that the building was underrated in terms of costing? Have you at any chance building has during construction, there was this omission? So all those things were listed, and so that the questionnaire that we came up with, if we talk about methodology, was really to identify what are the missings, what are the actions that were not taken, that should ought to have been taken, but were not taken, and is reading, or what is the likelihood that these actions were not taken. So all that we got, and that's what you can see that the presenter actually said the probability or the likelihood that this never happened was listed for pre-design, design, construction, and then pre-construction stages. And then after that, as you have seen, we are able now to derive what is very important, that we are able to derive those ratios or those percentage of likelihood of something not happening, and being able to say what are the consequences that would happen at the site. If for example, if the structural engineer did not do proper design, what are the likelihood that the building will fail? You saw that it's almost, is a very high percentage in design. It's a very high percentage, and so on. And that one, now, what are the consequences if the chart shows that that was never happened? The consequences is that the rate, the collapse rate, or these issues we are talking about, the actions, whether it's negligible or minor and so on, is very high. And then what is it that we have to do to correct it so that the buildings does not create the losses that we have seen in death, in building itself collapsing, and so on, and then losing a lot of investment. So that consequence of saying the building must be demolished, work must stop, or this must be remedied by certain consultants, or must be regulated, I think those are very important indicators, and that can really help us. So that's what I would say, and I would allow my colleague now to say one or two things on the same.
So Dr. Murigi, you have data, you've collected this data. What is it telling us with regard to the designs we're now implementing, the materials we're implementing now, and the technology that we have now? Are we out of phase? Are we in phase? And how is that impacting the safety and reliability of the structures that we now have?
Thank you so much. I would start that by, first of all, outlining or filling up by what Prof was talking about, the dimension. Why did the research take the dimension that it took? And as we looked at the presentation, when you're talking about risk, because when you're talking of early warning, we are very cognizant of the risks that are involved. So we saw that the risk is not only quality, we also have cost, we also have time. There are several risks that are entailed. For a building to collapse or to fail, there are several other risks, but research is not an event. It is a process. You start from somewhere, and our choice was to start from quality dimension. So we first of all look at the risks that are there when you're talking, or the ones that can actually compromise quality of a building. Right from the feasibility stage, come to the design, go to the construction phase, or even after. Mostly we dealt with the three, the feasibility, the design, and the construction. So as per where we are at the moment, we say we just started. Most of the time we have had the situation where our industry is actually operating in silos. There are so many consultants that are involved. There are so many entities or agencies that are involved in the construction industry, but they all operate in silos. There is no that connectivity. Information doesn't flow from one agency to the other freely in a way that the others can get that information real time, act on it, and avert a disaster. You have a situation happen and you have one agency that said, we saw that coming. Yet the agency that was supposed to take action had no need of it. So those are the challenges that we have, and that's why we are talking of this framework. It is also not a need in itself. There must be a coordination framework where this framework we are coming up with, which will now operate under NCA, they identify that the risks that are there on the ground, they are able to assess them. We have seen the score they give them. This information should flow to another framework that now coordinate other agencies that are involved, so that each of those agencies is able to take their actions as necessary. So I think that's where we are. We just started. I can say we are going in the right direction if we keep the pace. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa, you said you are in the safety space, and we're talking about the risk that we can foresee and try and control before we have total collapse of the building. How do we define a risk? How do we assess a risk? How do we classify a risk?
Well, there are various ways to assess a risk, but first we identify a risk. What is a risk? A risk is anything that can bring a problem to the building. I'm trying to use layman terms. So that we'll say, for example, there's financial risk, as he said. We have quality risk. We have environmental risk. So all those things have to be identified. And as this particular tool is specifically on quality, so what are the quality issues that are being identified? What I would even like to challenge us further is how can we take this tool a step further? How can we make it available to the layman? How can we make it available to the contractors, to the consultants here? Because even as the presentation said, this is a supervision tool, maybe for the counties and for NCA as a governing authority. But if we as contractors, professionals could have this as a tool to continually check our own projects, then we mitigate those risks, those things that were being identified. Instead of it coming in as a supervisory tool, we should be able to look at it for our own selves and say, this project looks like it's going off the charts. What can we do before we start calling in the police? You understand? And if this tool could be brought into a way, and since we're talking about a digital space, it's in Excel, could you not make an app that we are able to say, people log into this app, check your own project, whether you're the consultant in the design phase, have you checked for the quality? Is it right? As a developer, as a client, has this thing met all the criteria? Therefore, I should be able to go ahead with the building without possibly suffering any losses. So this is a very good tool, as he said. It's a process. And I'm just giving in I think that we should be able to go further steps and make sure that the early detection is taken down to the very basics, to everyone who should be involved in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Rukaro, we have this tool, and I'm building, basically a building. At what milestone should I make sure that this tool is fully enacted to avoid any collapse of the building?
So, first of all, there must be awareness that the tool exists to the different stakeholders in the construction industry, especially the agents that enforce the building regulations and also other regulatory documents. So in this case, for us to ensure that the tool is actually effected, it means that the National Construction Authority must actually create awareness to all the contractors that this tool will be used in every site when the inspectorate or the supervisor or enforcer goes to the site. That awareness is very important. The contractor should know the content of this tool, that digital position of it. They should know it. They should know that this is the type of issues that the person who is coming to check will be checking. And basically we are talking about the quality, building control being ensured. So it means that the National Construction Authority supervisor who goes to the site goes with the spreadsheet or that digital document, that digital inquiry document, and checks with the contractor or the foreman or whoever is given the permission to discuss with the agent, and then is called, and there and then is given the results as is being transmitted to other agencies, what action should be taken. So I think it's a coordination and a very integrative process that has to involve a lot of parties, and these parties, as we are discussing it, should be aware of it, so that if I call upon NEMA, come and check on this, it's not going on well, or if I call on the professionals, come and check on this, or probably National Construction Authority, come and check on this, or another, or the counties who actually inspect the buildings and so on. When you call them, they know exactly, or when they see that apps, what you have told them to do, they know exactly what type of response need to be done. And then the other thing is that, as you have said at the end, there's a lot of honesty and transparency required to implement this tool. Because you are going to catch somebody who is illegally doing something, and you know there will be some strife, or there is no clear admission. There is always excuse. So it means that we need a lot of creating awareness of this tool to all the stakeholders. We need a very high level of coordination, and the people who are involved must have a lot of integrity in ensuring that this tool is implemented effectively. Because the consequences, as we have seen at the end, is really has a bearing on costs, has a bearing on actually affecting the investment of individuals or the client and so on. And always there will be back and forth.
Thank you. Dr. Murigi, we were shown the matrix of some of the risks that we have, and engineer person tried to play around with the numbers, showed us the standard deviation of what a risk, likelihood, and consequences would result. Take us through how that matrix was developed and how the bands between less than 20, above 50, above 80, when you're really in the red, what does that signify? And ideally, what should that mean to us as contractors?
Okay, thank you so much. From the presentation, I know these arriving at that matrix was actually assisted very much by the engagement of the statisticians who actually looked at the figures, the data that we collected, and they keyed in, and you have seen the values that they put. You have the risk value and the risk factor, and you have the risk value, and with that they are able to assess and come up with a weighted. Now comparing with the other, you can see when they add the weight, it comes to around 294, like visibility, and the other was coming to around 310. And then with that, they put a score. You know, like you are saying, if this happens, you say yes, it happens, and then you have a percentage that end up to 100. Maybe for one, if you're talking of feasibility, you have a score of 100%. So once you put yes, depending on the weighted risk value for each of the factors, then you see the score it gives you. It is 0, then it's come to 0. Then if you multiply by 1, then you get the figure. And when you add all of them, you get the level of 100. So what I get from these issues, or from these factors, or from these results, is we are trying to look at warning or allowing us or the people, the professionals who are on the ground. And in this situation, remember, traditionally we have had people physically go to a site, and then all of them, everybody appreciate what they see with their own eyes. But with this matrix, or with this, when we develop now what we are having now in Excel into an app, so that app will have a video or a camera. So you don't need all these experts to visit that site. You only need one person. And with that camera, the person can be the eye of everybody. Some of the experts, you know, one challenge we have is getting more so the most experienced expert to visit a particular site, more so when they're in far-fetched areas or in the remote zones. But now when you have that camera, that person in the comfort of their office, they can appreciate what is there on the site. If it's a building that is cracked, and they want to identify whether this crack is superficial or is structural, they can ask this person with the camera, go to the other side of the wall, and they focus on that. And then they now are able to dissect, they are able to analyze that, defect, and they make a conclusion. And with that now we see that's where the matrix now come in. These people will give the output. They say this is what they are saying. So if it is a structural defect, then that score value will be given. So at the end of it, or before this person leave the site, they are able to come, what we were seeing there, that score is already given, that we are having a major failure here. So, and when we are talking now, this is again interfaced with another coordination, where like now even the police, if we are talking of now stop this site, when it is coordinated, these results also is portrayed in another platform. Now the police are able to see what score that site has been given, where it is, because you also have the geolocation of that place embedded in that matrix or in that app. So everybody can see when you're talking of that site, where is it and what is the condition. So everybody acts. If it is stoppage, it is done real time. If it is something that you need also to inform the contractor, if it is like minor issue, the information comes real time. So there is no delay that we have seen that people go for a whole month. And I think we have seen the advantage of that in the medical sector. You have seen sometimes very experienced experts from other places. They're able to join our theaters, guide the people who are on the theater and helping in a certain complicated operation. So this is the situation we are trying to bring on board in the construction industry, so that we are also moving with or leveraging on the digital technology that we have. Thank you so much.
Ms. Treza, in any construction industry play, we have many players from different professionals, and everybody has their say, and my way is my right and yours is not. How does that interplay? And how can we control that to ensure that one is not disregarded and that would result to what we're trying to address here?
In construction, yes, there does get to be that happening, but that normally happens where there's a lack of leadership, and leadership is derived from is delegated authority from the client to the professionals, and normally it is the lead consultant. If there's a project manager appointed, that should be the person providing leadership. If not, the architect will provide leadership as the project manager as well. And they need to be well versed in terms of what are the site requirements, right? What are the risk management requirements for this site? because when they have the knowledge, and then therefore they'll be able to give the leadership to the rest of the team, so that everyone gets to have an opportunity to speak, to give their points across. One of the ways of making a site safe is that everyone, from the fundi to the person even pushing sand on water, they should be able to say that something is wrong without fear or favor. That is the only way you should be able to know that there's a problem. If there's lack of communication on site, then people will have you'll find someone saying, it's not my business, I'm not the boss here, but everyone, safety starts with you. Any problem on site starts with you. Your greatest risk on site, especially as a contractor, are your workers. If they are not well, if they are not well taken care of, if they suffer any harm, then, as you're saying, the site will be closed because there's been an incident on site. It must be reported to the nearest OSHA office, and they will come and give direction. So these kind of tools are very important, and they need to be disseminated to everyone. What I like to encourage on sites is that you have regular meetings with everyone, if possible every morning, and where there are major meetings every week, including the developers, so that everyone knows what are the possible risk factors that were identified during a certain time frame, what has been done, is it beyond our scope, who do we need to involve to make sure either this risk is avoided completely, it's mitigated, or we completely push it out to someone else. Yeah, and that's why we have insurance. Insurance means we are pushing the risk to someone else, right? Yes, thanks.
Thank you. So we cannot undermine the role of communication, the role of a safe, so to speak, environment where you're allowed to voice out your reasoning to the process that it is. So we have to lay down the process as well, which is a good thing that this tool is coming to lay that process as well. Absolutely. So in winding up, I think our time is over. We can all maybe say, how does this early detection tool look like to you? What's the holistic view of it working? Who is going to man it? How are we going to make sure that it's not, how do I put it, it's not infringed by personal reasons, and how do we enroute it to our building process, and how do we see it working in the future?
This is a result of a research that has been undertaken, and this is the process that we have started, the process of dissemination. So for this tool to be effectively used, it means that everybody should see the value of it in terms of what is the final product of it. The final product is for people to have confidence in investment in buildings. That's the main, yeah. And also that now we will have less collapses and failures of buildings. So what it means is that people should see the value of it from that perspective. And I don't think there is any client or any design team or construction team that engages in such a project when they are truthful to end up with a collapse, to lose billions, to have people dying on the site, to have all those calamities you have seen. I don't think there is anybody in his correct mind who would do that. That means if all of us see the faith of the tool and learns how to use the tool and implements it, there are chances that actually will minimize the collapses of building, and that will have a lot of impact and spinning effect on our economy. Because when you talk about that, about 100 buildings have collapsed, it's a loss in our economy. So we should actually engender this process of implementing this tool and actually making it part of our construction in terms of enforcement and in terms of compliance, and also wishing that we score within the lowest margin of risk in terms of there isn't much that is bad is happening on any site. And all sites are safe, and we are actually coming up with quality projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm grateful for having me. When we look at this, when we are talking about this platform or the framework, it's not actually an invention. It's actually an innovation, because we are actually just customizing what is available and it's being used by other sectors that have gone ahead of us in taking up technology to actually move or to make efficient their operations. I look at a situation where we would have sites. When I used to work with Ministry of Public Works, and we would visit sites. And most of the time, because we wanted to to make sure that the contractor is there, to make sure that actually, because we are using our resources, our time, we have to make sure that if we target to go and visit a site, that those we expect to meet are there. So most of the time we inform them. So when you inform a person, then that person will make the site ready, and sometimes they can make it appear what it is actually not. So what you go, you read from that site, or what you analyze and the results you get is not actually the true situation. So we were not able to check up very well that issue of quality. Yeah? But now with this platform, where we don't need all these people, we don't need a lot of planning, we have broken the barrier, we have eliminated the time and the cost constraints. Then we are able to handle who is available around that area. Maybe a region representative is able to visit this site, take the information freehand, circulate it. In that way, we are able to clean our acts. Everything is very integral. Like now, there is no cutting corners. So it becomes very easy for us to identify a situation that could lead to a failure and nab it, or what we call it is we eliminate these scenarios early on, because we are able to have truthful or actual real situations that come to us, we analyze them, and we make decisions directly. So I think this is the beauty of that, more so making our operation integral. Yeah. So I think that's one of the advantages out.
Ms. Teresa, do you foresee an event where this tool is being used by contractors as a pitching line, where you've used this tool for X number of projects, failure hasn't occurred, and this is what I do? How do you see it working out in the system?
I see that very, very much. I applaud the team. It is a very wonderful tool as far as I'm concerned. I've read the paper, I've read it quite a number of times, and it is very interesting for me because this is my view. An early risk detection framework is as equal as saying it's an early success of the project, because one, you're going to mitigate the quality issues, and you're going to be working hand in hand early enough to try and make sure quality is assured. Secondly, if quality is assured in advance, then we're also talking about the budget. We're talking about the costs that are going to be maintained. We're talking about the financial implications of this, that this is working towards the success of the project. And lastly, the timeliness of the project will be seen well in advance. You're looking at everything, you've seen, okay, this was going to be an issue, we have sorted that out. The project will be a success. I think this is a very wonderful tool. It's a wonderful way of telling people, let's get on board and work towards the betterment of the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess what we are trying to say is that this tool is for us to work together, work better, be better, work smarter as well, reduce losses, promote flow of information amongst us as well, see what is working, what is not working, how can we improve what's not working, and how can we continue to sediment what's working as well. So I think we can have the final remarks and then we can close the session.
Final remark is that NCA has done great work. They have gone beyond probably the ministerial mandate, whereby they go to innovate. You see, people do routine work. Then they have gone to innovate something that goes with the current information age, which is this digital model of how to do early detection. And we look forward for experimentation and also to see how with the time it can be improved and can have more players involved in it. As one of us have said, self-assessment, using that tool, especially for those people who are directly involved in the construction. So it's something that is good, and all of us should embrace it, and should look forward for successful construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My final remark would be that we need much more of what we are having now, because NCA has been able now to bring on board the industry and those of us in academia and all the other stakeholders on board. We are here now discussing this matter and something that we have come up to. So we have developed this framework. You have gone through it. You are going to give your own feedback, and we are going to act on those feedback. So if we keep doing what we are doing, not just for this, we escalate it to other aspects, I'm very sure in the near future, we are going to make sure that in our country, we have very coordinated action between all agencies, and everybody feel involved or engaged in trying to contribute to make sure that we not only take our, not only take our industry forward, we also know what the industry needs, and we incorporate that in our training so that we all work as a team and take our country forward. I'm grateful.
I'd like to say thank you very much for inviting me. I'm glad we are here speaking and discussing solutions. We are not sitting outside somewhere and complaining. We are working towards finding solutions to the problems you have. We have industry smart people working on those solutions, and NCA has provided such a wonderful platform for that. I'd like to thank them for that. I'd also like to challenge NCA. Let us see how this will be implemented. What are the steps going to be taken? How, and within a time frame. Risks. We need this within a time frame so that we don't just talk. Let's say by the time we meet again next year, we have an app, we have this working, it's out in the field, it's building our nation. Thank you very much.
So we'll take about 2 questions from the guys on the floor. So if you have a question, please mention the person who you'd like to ask. We have Professor Rukwara, we have Dr. Murigi, and we have Architect Teresa. Anyone with a question, please? Yes, sir. Let me come to you.
So why are you laughing my tie? I'm Engineer Evans Goro, the chair of the College of Fellows, Architectural Association of Kenya, and also a senior consultant and a lecturer in the University of Nairobi. Now, I look at the building industry. We are bringing a tool to sort a problem that we are creating. The building industry has no problem. The problem is us who create the problems. If you can guide the developer right, and the guided developer chooses the right consultants, and the consultants do their work, there will be no need of this tool. But because we don't do that, one, we don't guide the developer. We let the developer guide us by telling us the shortcuts he wants to take, and the lead consultants, they know who they are, kind of let him do it. Then the lead consultant guides the developer to choose other consultants who will play that ball game. And with the ball being played, these problems arise. Look at any collapsing project. Forget the project. Look at any collapsing building. Why does it collapse? The lead collapsing fellow is the structural engineer. Because if he played all his cards right, nothing would happen. But sometimes he's suppressed by another leading consultant. Maybe when we have tea, let's talk more.
So where is the question, sir? It was a comment. And I agree. If we stop being individualistic, maybe these will work. Maybe we don't need a tool. Yeah, thank you. Any other question? Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists, for such a wonderful discussion. I listened keenly on the discussion about the findings of the research. And there's one thing that I didn't hear, or maybe if it was mentioned, I missed it. Validation of the tool. Was it ever validated? And I will be, as a person, be interested to know how it has performed, especially on collapsed buildings. I know most of the collapsed buildings, NC has gathered a lot of data, and if you gave that tool to a different team that was not involved in research, it will be interesting to find out the outcome of the same. Number two, related to what my senior has just said, issues of competencies of staff. Well, I didn't also quite hear about that. I know that during registration of contractors by NCA, it's usually a very serious requirement. But do we ever follow up to find out that the contractor is actually using qualified staff on site? If you come to our offices as consultants, you'll always see our certificates pinned on the walls. Is there a way we can also come up with, is there a way we can do it so that even the contractor can pin this, the certificates and the credentials of the staff that are on site? Because if you can walk on site and tell the foreman that or the site agent that you need a mixed design, and they don't seem to understand what a mixed design is, then it paints a bigger problem, a picture of a bigger problem in the construction industry. I had other comments, but let me stop there in the interest of time.
Thank you. I believe question one, Dr. Murigi can take it. How did we validate the tool if it was validated?
Thank you so much. We have come up with the research. We said what we need to develop. We said we need to develop a framework. That was the recommendation. And we have seen the matrix. So as for the app has not been developed. The app will now be developed from the information that we have, though we have engaged some people who have given us something which we are looking at, but we have not come up directly with, say, this is the app, so that now it will go for testing, and then we validate it. So that has not been done, so we've not reached there. That's what I'm saying. Our research mostly built into another, so this one of ours now is building into that. So the next phase will be now development of that now up.
And I believe, sorry, yes, your question two would probably be to NCA, not to the panel, right? How does they confirm the validity and the realness of that license? Does it actually mean what it should mean? So I suppose with regard to your question one, it's work in process. They haven't validated the tool yet.
Right, thank you. Do I have to stand? Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Murigi. My name is Moses Opio from Kenyatta University. He's a colleague. Professor Rukwaro, I salute you. Goro, my senior, I salute you too. Now, I'll talk about the project, very good project. However, I've got some questions that I wanted to ask. And these questions are, as a Christian, not all sins are equal. Some sins are more. The same way with risks, right? what I wanted to know is on the weighting, there are some risks that are more riskier than others, so that now create another column for weighting of risks, right? Because we are doing a project on site selection, and we look at the environmental issues, we look at the, like all carrier, for example. You see, you're talking about now the gases, sulfide, and all that. So some risks are more than others. So create another avenue where you can now weight those risks, so that not all risks are from 0 to 5. They could all be from 0 to 5, but some are more like 100% of 0 or 5. Okay, that's just my suggestion. Another one is this project here can be elevated now to use AI, like object detection, like what Muligi said. Once you take a photograph and it detects the size of the crack, then from there it raises a red flag. Now that is an area which needs to be explored also. Finally, I see that now this, it was premised on visual observation. I wanted you to include also the NDT, non-destructive testing, also as a component, because now I think one colleague here asked about the verification or something like that. Now let's include also non-destructive testing as a part of, so as to make it more quality, so that in the market, I know there are some in the market already, but now we want to domesticate it to our scenario here. I said finally, but I want to disagree with Goro on one thing. There is no country with no prisoner. You never go to any country and find the prisons empty. You only find people will always make mistakes. Temptations are there, and so we need this tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think to the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Makadimo Mwenda, and thank you for this insightful research. Just two concerns: the pre-stage, at the point of site selection, because some of the, before you go to implementation, some of the projects have collapsed because of unsuitable sites. So what, from the beginning, before that happens, how is the app anticipating to deal with the, or the tool to deal with the at the point of site selection and the parties involved? Then the other one is enforcement, because standards are known. Most of the professionals involved are very well trained on standards and for design and all that, but enforcement by the various agencies, even at the approval stage, and what follows up from the planning department. How is the hub going to be integrated to deal with the enforcement and to ensure that one hand knows what the other has done? Because mostly what we see are the X's on site. At least there's an X and there's the sign of NCA if somebody has been there. But sometimes all the other players in the chain that are involved, to be involved in the enforcement, are not aware. So how can the hub help in integrating and alerting the people in the chain and the ones dealing with enforcement?
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Ken. I think we should have one from the contractors, because we have had most from the research team. We'll be the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Once you come up with these guidelines, we need to have a possible cost implication in observation or in adherence, when you are adhering to these kind of procedures you have brought in. Because if it's a have cost implication, it means either it eats into the contractor's margins, So for that reason, we either need to, because most clients think NCA compliance is free. If you ask them, the NCA will say registering a project is free. So they think there's no cost associated with that. But if there's cost that are going to be associated with this adherence, we'd want to see that in the research, so that maybe like we have for OSHA now, it's part of the preliminaries because of the cost that that occurred due to adherence to safety and all that. Can we have the same as you develop this cost implication to the contractor for observing the same?
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Nyanchoga from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and I want to really appreciate what the researchers have done in terms of coming up with the tool, and we want to commend you for the work that you are doing. Since this is an academic exercise, I think it's important that we also interrogate the processes through which this research has gone through. I want, first of all, they're just comments, not questions. Remember that construction industry takes place in a political economy environment. And you are designing a tool for the purpose of quality. It's also important to look that there are extra quality issues that will really affect the building. Let us not look at the building in terms of collapse because it lacks, the structural aspect or the structural integrity. Okay? For example, what are the cultural threats? Because you are looking at a risk is a threat. If you do not address it, it becomes a hazard. Okay? So what are the cultural extra quality issues that are structural, that are cultural, for example? You might erect a building in a place that is contested, and then you see demolition. People literally demolishing buildings, okay? That is an issue that you need to look at, because if you are designing a tool, it must be a comprehensive tool that really captures that. Land in Kenya is a very emotive issue, okay? And we have seen a lot of conflict that is rotating around land, okay? So the integrity of some of these buildings have also been contested because, people contest that, you are building, you are erecting a structure in a place that is not yours, okay? That can be collapsed. There are issues of environment, and I think this was raised. I don't know whether you considered climate change and environmental issues, whether these have been captured in your tool. And then the other issue that I didn't hear about is about the ethical issues. The ethical issues that really surround the entire process. For example, how do you report, okay, on a structure that is collapsing? What are the ethical issues that are considered in every stage, okay, as you either condemn a building, okay, or you report it for demolition, or you report it to the police? Were there ethical issues that were taken into consideration? Okay, did you also consider the aspect of counseling, for example? Because you see, it involves people who have invested money, okay? And sometimes this building collapses not because of mistakes of their own, but because of the mistakes of others. Were issues of counseling considered when you were doing your research? And then the other issue that I also wanted to look at, your sampling flame. Where did you conduct your research, for instance? What was the sample size in terms of observable objects and also the respondents? I thought that, listening to you very well from the beginning, that your respondents was actually skewed towards professionals. I don't know whether you interviewed non-professionals, okay? Was this done, in an urban area, very urban? Was it done in Nairobi? Did you involve maybe other people who are not necessarily professionals? And I think the last one is, yes, the tool has been developed, and we know NCA has done a lot of work. It's commendable, but also there has been a lot of criticism of the authority for, for lack of, stringency on issues, of inspection of the buildings. To what extent can you maybe, as you develop this tool, could you ensure that there is compliance? To what extent can this tool be complied with? Are you seeking further legal framework, or you are simply developing a tool, for the purpose of the NCA? Is there any extra legal framework that is required to ensure that this tool, will be complied with? So those are some of the comments I thought maybe you can consider as you develop it, but we really appreciate what you've done.
Thank you very much. I believe this research was carried countrywide. The research was carried countrywide in all the 47 counties. Live projects whose contractors are registered by NCA, and they interviewed whoever they met on site, both professionals and non-professional. If you do get access to the document, it shows you the percentage of who they met in site between. I believe it's online, that's what you said? Not yet? Oh, okay, sorry. But yes, it was carried countrywide though. So Professor, maybe you can address some of his questions he asked in terms of data. Did we cater for ethical data?
In research that one is doing is starting creating a niche in an area. So when we are doing the reviews, the data that we captured, or the variables that we captured, were more to do with the standards, building controls, and there isn't a lot that we captured on ethical issues. Any research has limitations in findings, and as one of our colleagues have said, we start, okay, and then we can improve the tool over time. There are a lot of programming issues that will coming into play to bring in many participants in terms of who is involved and the alert, awareness to different regulatory agencies and so on. So this is an idea, and all of us are part and parcel of its success. And the ideas that different contributors have said actually enhancing the tool. And those are things that you keep on addressing and profiling what we have done, what we have now done, what we can do now, what can be done in the future research. Otherwise, that's what I would say. And I think there's quite a lot that each of you have said. And I think we are taking notes, and those are some of the things that we'll be addressing. But what we have given you is a niche within research that can actually be improved, and we can start working with something that we can continue improving with time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your comments. Please, a round of applause for my panelist members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break. And just want to let you know that there are some booths out here. Some of our partners who have supported us. Please do visit those booths so that you can see what they have for you. We shall be back at 12:25. So you have, it's now 12:10. Let's be back at 12:25. Just grab a cup of tea and come. We shall be immediately commencing on the other presentation from David Lagat, development of a coordination framework for quality assurance. So please don't miss that one. So we're free, short break, grab a cup of tea, then come back. Remember to visit the booths out there for our partners so that you can see what is in store for you. Thank you very much and enjoy. Thank you.
So in terms of scope, we looked at it in 3 ways. Of course, geographically, we carried out the study across, within the geographical boundaries of Kenya, across the several counties. And this also involved the work which is done by the different agencies at the national and county level. In terms of theory, we looked at the theories of quality management. And to just highlight a few, we looked at the Deming's theory, which focuses on the customer, continuous improvement, teamwork, especially as it relates to total quality management, quality assurance, quality inspections, and more. We also looked at the systems theory by Herbert Spencer, which looks at the society as a complex arrangement of elements. I don't want to go into the details of that, but in summary, it reviews the interacting processes. Of course, this one emanated out of biology, but it's now widely applied when it comes to quality issues in different industries. Then in terms of methods, we also adopted mixed methods design, because we are studying a population that we have identified, and we have information that has been collected by the different players over time. So we are considering both primary and secondary data also in the process. I look at the literature in a very short way. People who have looked at this aspect of quality. In Taiwan, for example, which is one of the references that we have for this study, they have their quality assurance systems embedded on the government procurement processes. And to summarize it, I have this chart. They do it on 3 levels. We have level 1, level 2, and level 3. On level 1, the whole aspect of quality assurance is within the domain of the contractor, where the contractor looks at the quality-related issues in terms of inspection at each level, material testing, among many others. When we go to level 2, quality assurance, we have a few other players now coming on board. We have the client, we have the project office, we have the supervisory unit. Each of these has a particular role. For example, the client is this thing being done the right way? When we come to the project officer, I think in this case we can relate this to probably a site foreman who looks at the quality verification issues. Then we have the supervisory team. Now we can consider this to be the consulting team, where we have material and equipment evaluation, construction evaluation at a global view. So that is level 2. Then level 3, now that is where we have the authorities coming to do now the overall quality evaluation. This is a very rich study, which I'm just giving the highlights, but the information is available. Secondly, we looked at the case of India. Now, for India, they have the federal and the state. There are 2-level government, the federal and the state. Now, they do their quality assurance on 3 levels as well. For level 1, which is the city level, at this level, the team is tasked with regular quality inspections, and of course, this is specifically for the cities. During all the critical project activities such as excavation, concreting, and backfilling. I think we can easily relate this role to what is happening within our counties at the moment. Then we have the state level, which is tier 2, where they now look at the details: physical inspection, review of site documents, sample verification, review of issues, constraints, quality management, system issues, and even preparing action plans for the different issues which are identified. Then at the national level, we have the monitoring teams. Now I can equate this to the role that NCA plays. So we looked at this and we evaluated, we were able to derive quite a bit of information on the same. Now, In terms of digitization of processes, remember the other bit was on general quality assurance. In terms of digitization, we were able to study a number of cases. I'll start with the local ones. In Kenya, we have a very successful platform called eCitizen, which is really an integration of functions of different entities. We studied this particular system because it relates very well to what we want to do. Yeah, we have different entities coming together to offer services and be able to share information. Yeah, I think we are all conversant with eCitizen. Then the digital systems which are available, I think most of us are aware that in terms of development control, we have 4 counties in Kenya that already have online systems that they use to process building permits. That is Nairobi, Kajiado, Mombasa, and I think recently we had also Kisumu coming on board. So we looked at the EDAMS by Mombasa County, that's Electronic Development Application and Management System. Unfortunately, this system limits itself to development approval. So there's no aspect of quality coordination during project implementation. So we went ahead to look at the Clark County Department in the US, that's in Nevada, which combines now, they have a system which they call the one-stop virtual department, where they look at, they combine the functions of planning, the building aspects, the fire prevention, public works, including even water reclamation issues. So this was very close to what we wanted. But closer home, in Rwanda, we were able to come across this Building Permitting Management Information System, BPMIS, which processes not only the construction permits, but inspection and occupancy certificates. Now, a few details about this system which may interest you is the fact that this system by Rwanda is able to archive data. Everything that is done on this platform is archived by the system automatically. 2, it's able to support enforcement processes. For example, when an enforcement team visits a site, by the click of a button, they are able to see prior inspections that have been done on that particular site and the recommendations which were made. And as such, they are able to monitor its implementation. Of course, the other issues are attached to this, like registration of architects into the system, submission of building proposals for review and approval, issues of payment, review and approval of building proposals. There is an inspection feature. But another important highlight is reporting, where this system, on a monthly basis, no one has to sit and generate information. Yeah? By a command, the system is able to show that during this time, so many inspections were done, these were the comments, and it's able to compute. That's what we call intelligent reporting. I think the rest, like capturing of inspection data using smartphones, that's something that we also learned from this system. Now, locally, the chart that's presented on our screen is actually borrowed from the study on building failure. This particular study was able to classify building stages into 5. We have the planning, the design, construction, handover, and maintenance, and was able to identify the players at different levels. So based on this matrix, we were able to study the roles, the legal and institutional frameworks of certain agencies. For example, we looked at the whole quality assurance activity as executed by the National Construction Authority. We also looked at the National Environment Management Authority, that's NEMA. We were also able to have a discussion with WRA, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health. Now, through that process, we collected quite a bit of information on how these entities execute their quality assurance function. I've given a few templates of what we were able to collect in the field. The first one is a tool that's used by NEMA. Unfortunately, the font is too small. You can't see it. Yeah, so they use these plus what we call the conditions of the permit. Then we have the second one by DOSH. I think we are all aware that all construction sites need to be registered as work environments. So there are also a set of issues that need to be addressed through the DOSH. Then for NCA, we have a 7-item checklist that we use for quality assurance that we are able to review against all the others. Now, over and above the regulators, we also looked at counties because at the base of all these regulatory issues when it comes to building are the counties. So we looked at the tools that different counties use. And to our surprise, nearly all counties have different tools for quality control. The first one, which is called the postcard, is what Nairobi City County uses. It has 8 items in its checklist, and yeah, capturing what you require to do at different stages of a building. The second one, which I have highlighted, is one by Machakos County. These are meant to just be examples. The Machakos County is a checklist of 18 items. 18 items that are checked during quality inspections. I think these two serve to show the disparity when it comes to implementation of the quality assurance mandate by the different entities. Yeah? And the bottom line, what we observed across the counties was that the building quality assurance is actually initiated by the developer. You are supposed to do your building when you are ready to cast your slab. You inform the county that you are ready to cast the slab. Then they come to do the inspection. And not the other way around. They don't come to the site uninvited. Of course, they do a bit of operations here to try and identify those who don't comply, but it's actually a process initiated by the developer, which is now counter to what the regulators do. They go to site to see if there's anyone who is not following the law. Now, I'll not dwell so much on the methods because I think this is a whole complex story that I don't want to bore us with. But it's just good to know that we applied mixed methods research, and our target was actually quality assurance officers, or what we call the inspectors, in counties or within the regulatory entities. And we were able to collect this information using questionnaires and interviews, where we had some schedules. Just an highlight to show where we visited. We were able to interact with 36 inspectors at county level, that they gave us information on how they execute their quality assurance mandate. We also had a discussion with NEMA through the interview schedules, and they were able to describe to us how they carry out their function. The same applies to WRA, that's the Water Resources Authority, the NCA, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and DOSH. So we were able to review the functions of these different entities. Now, I'll just give an highlight of the results because it's quite a comprehensive study, so I'll just pick a few. For example, 55 from our findings, 57% of county respondents, these are the inspectors, indicated that they have, the standard operating procedures for carrying out quality assurance. And that raises the question, what about the other 43%? How do they execute their quality assurance role? Because they have a clear mandate which is stipulated within the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Yeah? And of course the unbundling of functions which was done. Now, for the agencies, all agencies indicated that they either have a digital or a manual process that they use for quality assurance, which is actually a plus. Now, over and above this, 50% of the county participants believe that there are too many regulators. Yeah? We were asking several questions, like you can see on that chart. That's just a few of them. So for counties, they believe we are too many within the regulatory space of buildings. Yeah? Which is, I think it's a very important indicator. The more the number it means, then there's more confusion created. Now, okay, this 61, I think that's an error in typing. 61% of the county participants also believe that regulators do not understand each other. For example, you ask an inspector at county level, what does NCA do and what do you do? They are not able to distinguish the roles of the different entities. 89% again of county participants agreed that inspection activities should be standardized. I think for us that was a major recommendation. Because if County A uses a checklist of 8, County B has 18, another one has 15, we are actually able to look at quite a number. And these processes don't appear standardized. The other one was on coordinated inspections. If you look at the last items on that chart, we have 39% plus 31. That gives you around, is it 70? Yes, 70 believe that there's need for coordinated inspection works, coordinated. That means NCA do not just come to a site blindly. They don't know what the other counterparts have done. And many other. There's more information on those charts. Now, further to these findings, we had a question on inspection activities. And it was noted by 54% of county respondents that there were instances of cross-sectoral conflicts. That means NCA is saying this, county is saying this. So 54%, that is a very strong pointer. Another 35% again of our county respondents indicated that public involvement, there's a bit of public involvement when it comes to execution of projects. But a further finding was on the repository, storage of information that is collected during quality assurance. And 57% of county respondents indicated that quality assurance inspectors maintain a repository of issued instructions. Now that leaves another question. What of the other 43? Does it mean they just carry out quality assurance inspections and they don't keep this information anywhere? Then we have 60% of county participants who are also in agreement that inspection tools are standardized for all projects. That means they don't discriminate. If it is a church, if it is a school, then they have a standard document that they utilize. Now, as a way of capping up on the findings, we also noted or got this feedback that during inspection, 80% of county participants normally note variations between works which are being executed and what was approved. That means only 20% remain truthful to the approvals that they seek. 80% of people just seek approval, but they never implement that. They implement something totally different, which is a red flag. 86% of the respondents, again from counties, indicated that counties should partner with other agencies on quality inspection activities, which was actually a welcome finding. Now, on the other side, all agencies indicated that they had an existing online quality assurance tool, while county participants indicated, like I said before, 29% have some sort of online quality assurance tool, with 71% having nothing on the digital platform. But what was more important was the last point, where 94% of respondents indicated that they were in support of an harmonized digital interagency quality assurance platform. So in terms of conclusions and recommendations, various agencies and county governments are involved in this quality assurance function. I think there's no dispute about that. And again, quality assurance activities in counties, much as they use different tools, they're actually similar. We were able to do what we call a one-way ANOVA, one-way analysis of variance, to try and see if County A is using tool A, County B is using tool B and C and all that. Is there really a variation? So we were able to check for that, and our finding was that there's no, much as the tools that they use are different, the role is the same, and the way it's executed, it's the same. What that means is that that process can be standardized. Instead of one county having 15, another one 8, we can have a standard. Yeah. Now, the selected regulatory agencies also, we were able to find out they employ different tools, the manual, the digital, and all that, including even the permit conditions. But the bottom line was that a digital tool for quality assurance is necessary for harmonizing the industry's quality assurance processes. So one of the recommendations was that we need to adopt a harmonized interagency system. I think that clearly resonates with what we were able to find out. But this will not happen just out of nowhere, because each entity is operating on basis of law. So there will be need to do some amendments to make sure that this is actually anchored on law, and that there's a team that can actually oversee. Because now when you have so many players within a space, there should be a way in which they relate. And of course, issues of capacity also featured prominently, where people are, capacity building issues have to be addressed. If I had time, I would actually present to you the findings we had in terms of technical capacity from the counties. So out of that, objective 3 of the study was to try and formulate a coordination framework for quality assurance. You know, if you look at one of the theories that we were able to look at, the systems theory by Herbert Spencer, it talks about a society being a very complex arrangement of elements. So we were able to try and come up with a system now that brings all these regulators within one space. And we had to start with what we already have. At NCA, we have what we call the RCIS, which is Regulatory Contractors Information System, and the OPRS, which we may all be aware. That is the online project registration system as a beginning point. The other assumption that we had to make was that when you go out there, you encounter 2 scenarios of projects. Those which are registered and those which are not. They are all projects. Yeah? So one of them has gone through the RCIS OPRS system, but one hasn't gone through any of that. That means as a project that is approved, probably as approval from counties, NEMA, DOSH, WRA, KCA, depending on the scenario. Yeah? And of course with compliance from NCA, if you have complied with all that. But now we have another project that lacks all of that, or one of those ones. Those are unregistered projects. It cannot be registered. Now, as the beginning point, like I said in the morning, what was presented by engineer was like more of the processor for all this. This is where that unit will now be anchored. So that if you identify factor A, which is within the jurisdiction of NEMA, then it's able to pick that entity direct. So I'll take you through loop number 1, which is the one indicated using a bolt line. If you look at a project coming in through OPRS, I hope you can, yeah, my cursor is not visible on the screen, but we'll continue. We have 3 levels of approvals that we are able to outline. We have level 1, which are the mandatory. Every project has to comply with those ones. For example, you need approval from county, you need approval from or compliance certificate from NCA. And it's for a simple reason. These are non-negotiables. Wherever this project is happening, you need this. But then we have the level 2 regulators. For example, we have NEMA there. We have, yeah, I can give NEMA WRA, where if a project is up to a certain value, then you need to take through their systems. For WRA, is if a project is within a certain zone, where there's a water body or something like that. Those are tier 2. Then we have those which happen within, those who are issued with conditional permits, regulated areas, for example, next to an airport, within a KWS zone, or within a forest reserve, like we have a number of hotels and all that. So those are level 3, because they are very unique circumstances that guide the approvals that they seek. So for tier 1, let me take you through loop 1. If you have a project which is approved, it means it has come through the RCIS and OPRS, which is maintained by NCA. And it means you've complied with NCA, NEMA, county. So when you come through that, we have L1, I wish my cursor was visible, which now takes you to the regular inspections which are conducted on day-to-day basis, and the outcome of that process is continuous inspection. You know, just a recommendation for continuous inspection. But if you don't comply with that, then it immediately triggers the area of your weakness. If, for example, you have issues to do with NEMA, then the system should be able to alert NEMA that there's a project ABCD, much as it had been approved, there's issue ABCD which you need to address. And without having to write letters to NEMA and all that, the system is able to trigger communication to a certain officer who is mandated with that role within NEMA and all the other entities. For Loop 2, it is the same thing. The first person that will be, that's for the unregistered projects. The first person that will be informed then by this system is NCA and county governments. There's a whole write-up on this. So I don't know how to explain it better. It's very complex, and we also have a work plan which shows the flow of this information. You know, the way one entity informs the other without having to physically write to them or being there, just through a click of a button. When you do the analysis, like what engineer was saying, if a project is rated red, it means all entities require that alert. So the system should be able to alert all those entities, and there should be a decision made to that effect. So this system should be able to connect all government agencies that are involved in quality assurance, and we are proposing that it be a web-based, it should be intuitive, integrative, easy to navigate, and scalable. Because what we have proposed in the study is that it can be piloted in maybe 4 counties, and we'll see how it performs. These are purely research proposals. Now, it should also be able to archive information like we've seen in the case of Rwanda. It should be able to collate, and share data on site through portable devices like smartphones, tablets, and the likes. It should also be able to enable applicants to monitor the status of their inspection activities or inspection applications. Like you've seen, the system that counties operate is that where the developer actually has to alert them that they are ready for some certain kind of inspection. So this system will be able to do that, and they'll be able to monitor that through the system. It should also be able to provide ongoing projects for inspection. For example, if there's a project which has been going for a while, no one knows about it, it should be able to alert people that this project is ongoing, inspection has not been done for 4 months. That is the intelligent reporting that we are talking about. And it should also support real-time intelligent reporting across institutions, and allow also the public ability to report. I think in a nutshell, that is what we foresee in this system. And like I said, the information relating to the figure that I presented there is very detailed. I think we need an FGD where we sit around a table and discuss the flow of the different activities. Otherwise, with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Lagat, for that presentation on a coordination framework for quality assurance. One of the things that I've picked from there is that when it comes to approvals, there's 20% adherence, 80% lack of adherence to approvals, which means that those who are constructing are doing their own things by and large, which may not be technically sound. He has also said that different counties, different tools for quality assurance, and thus the need for having a harmonized system. It's like a one-stop shop where you can be able to monitor and tell that actually quality is being maintained by all entities that are concerned, especially the regulators. I think the proposal for a harmonized system that has been put on the screen there is a good proposal, and it's worth trying. So on a pilot basis, as he said, probably it's worth trying because that will bring some element of harmony in terms of quality assurance within the industry space. So having taken us through the presentation, it's now time to discuss. And I'm going to request Dr. Shadrack Mutungi and Professor Architect Jason Mochache to come and sit here so that QS Rachel Mulondo will moderate the discussion as regards the presentation that has been made, so that we can move forward in terms of saving on our time. Oh, a few changes. I'm informed that Dr. Patrick Murigi is around and Professor Collins Miruka. Those will be our discussants this afternoon. Sorry for that, but that's a slight change on what is in the program. So they will be moderated by Molondo, QS, for this particular session. So over to you, Madam Mulondo. You can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Patience Mulondo. I'm a quantity surveyor. I'm here today representing the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, but stepping in for Architect Florence Nyole, the president of AAK, where I also serve on her committee as the honorary treasurer. Welcome to this session. I'd like to start by requesting the panelists to please introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shadrack Mutungi Simon, lecturer from JKUAT. I'm a construction project manager by profession. I'm also a registered and practicing contractor. I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Collins Miruka. I'm a professor and director of the Technical University in the School of Management and Business Studies. Professionally, I'm a registered engineer, but I also teach extensively in management.
Okay, thank you for having me once again on this platform. I'm Patrick Murigi, from civil engineer from Kenyatta University. I'm a lecturer at the School of Engineering, and I think that's it.
Thank you. As a follow-up to the presentation that we've just had, I'll go straight to the questions. So the first question, I believe everyone can give a comment or two. This is enforcement and capacity. County governments are required by law to approve and supervise building developments within their jurisdictions. Do you feel that they have the right capacity for this assignment?
Yeah, thank you for that. I believe perhaps the answer is no. The kind of staff and resources that we have at the county government, perhaps most of the times that you find that they are not adequate to the task. In some cases, you even find that most of the times, even the government, the public projects that are supposed to be supervised, directly supervised and managed by these professionals, sometimes you find that because of the remoteness and because sometimes these counties are expansive, perhaps most of the times you find that even those projects which are being run by the government, there is a lack of adequacy in terms of supervision. So perhaps the answer is no, because now if we even extend that to the private projects, then you find that the staff that we have at the counties, perhaps they are stretched too much. In terms of even professionalism, most of the counties, you find that those people they have hired, perhaps they are more of technicians rather than actually being professionals. If you find that if it is civil engineering, perhaps it's most of the guys there, they are diploma guys. If it is quantity surveying or even architects, people calling themselves architects out there are not actually really architects, but more of technicians or people with a different backgrounds practicing as architects in the counties, especially those counties which are outside the Nairobi metropolitan area. So perhaps I would say in terms of adequacy, the counties, and because the counties play a huge role in terms of approval and even control of the quality assurance process, then perhaps the counties are not adequately staffed to be able to handle this. And perhaps this is where the NCA would come in, and this is where collaboration between the NCA and the counties would come in for the counties to be reinforced by all the experience and resources that NCA perhaps may be having. But we will discuss it further as we proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, just perhaps to add on to that, whereas they may not be adequately having the right capacity. But I think the other major issue is just cultural. How have we always approached compliance in Kenya? You know, and this is both from the public as well as the officials who are supposed to administer this. We always see compliance as something imposed on us. So both the enforcement agents, in many cases, are there to find you to pay them something so that they approve it, as well as the clients themselves generally. They often expect they will just pay something and that thing is approved. So the issue of the cultural shift, so that we move into that professionalism, and I believe that professionalism can be achieved whether somebody has got a diploma or has got a master's in that particular field. But the cultural shift in the minds of those who approve, those who enforce, as well as the members of the public themselves, would go a long way in enhancing that capacity to implement quality control.
Thank you so much. The challenge I see with the counties at the moment, just the constraint we talked about earlier, the space and time. We are coming from the background of a central government where all resources were concentrated in one place and they used to radiate timely, you know, periodically to the counties. Now we have devolution. We have devolved the resources to the county. But did the expert follow those resources? They are doing so with the time. So the challenge is the time we are in, that those resources have not actually deviated from the central. You find a lot of the experts who should be doing that work are in Nairobi because they feel much other opportunities are available in the town center. So you find that people in far-fetched, in the remote counties, they don't have those resources, not because they don't have the money to pay those consultants, but those consultants would want more, not just to be engaged in that work, but also to have avenue. When they have free time, they're engaged elsewhere. Are they able to do that for the moment? No, because our infrastructure has not facilitated that. But with the time we are doing this, and it will take time. That's why we need to have a stopgap measure, and which is now the platform that allow us to overcome that limitation, the limitation in space and time, that we are able to avail the resource that we have here at the central to those remote locations without having to move the physical person who has to go to avail himself in that area. So the county can engage these people And they can be still at the place where they are, because all what you need is for them to give an assessment and to give their reports and for the county to act on them. So I think those are things that what we are having here in the framework are helping us to overcome those limitations that we have, more so when it comes to capacitation in our devolved states. So or counties. So I think that is the challenge.
Thank you. NCA is legally mandated through the NCA Act to regulate the construction industry and to coordinate its development. I will give everyone one question, and I'll start with you. Sorry. What does this portend for the industry in the context of ensuring quality assurance and the roles of other partners? These are the counties, the other statutory bodies, NEMA, KCAA, DOSH, and any other involved, depending on the kind of approval permit someone is trying to get for a project.
Thank you. I believe the NCA plays a huge role when it comes to the regulation of the industry. And perhaps most of the times the buck stops with the authority, because they are enshrined, they have the mandate to make sure that whatever happens throughout in the industry goes through them. So I believe there is need for the NCA, because again, you cannot wish away all these other agencies, because they're also playing a role. So perhaps what we need to have, and what I believe this study is trying to bring out, is a bit of harmony in terms of what the NCA is doing and what all these other bodies are also doing. If we can be able to have a harmonized criteria, for example, throughout the country in terms of quality assurance and quality control, perhaps, and that should be guided by the NCA, because it is the national agency which is responsible for all these. If, for example, you can be able to have an MOU, for example, between the NCA and all the counties, which is of a standardized format, for example, when it comes to quality assurance in terms of EVD's checklist, and we've seen that different counties have in different standard operating procedures when it comes to the inspection and the quality assurance. Is there a way in which NCA can standardize these checklists, for example, so that every county, all the way from Nairobi to Turkana, we have one document which we are using? And is it possible, of course, because you cannot NCA cannot engage all these other people, counties together, then it has to be an individual engagement between NCA and each of the 47 counties, but it should be a uniform standardized sort of a procedure or an MOU between the NCA and so that the counties, again, they know what they are supposed to do, instead of because sometimes you find that the agency, the authority cannot reach some areas. So where the authority cannot reach an area because of again limited resources, then the authority knows that the counties and the county officials and the staff, they are able to do what the NCA would have done. So if NCA can be able to coordinate and come up with one, for example, set of standard operating procedures for all this, then I believe we would be in the right track. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe that is something NCA is probably working towards, considering the different mandates they are currently taking up. The next one is for you, Prof. NCA Act number 41 of 2011 was amended through the Business Laws Amendment Act 2020 to entrench the building code and to give powers to the authority to enforce it. How should NCA position itself for this expanded role?
Yeah, thanks. I still feel that the amendments were inadequate and were also not in line with the Constitution as it is. I believe the constitutional architecture requires that we have national government most of the time enforcing policy, enacting policy, and getting someone else to implement it. if we could go, and this is my personal opinion, that we empower NCA with the resources, with the capacity, to really, really stick to the policy elements, so that the counties and other agencies could be then the implementers. I think that way, that division of labor would serve everyone else much, much better. It will empower NCA to do the kind of things it is doing now, which is research, which is capacity building, which is regulatory elements, and then now closely monitor those countries as they implement. They have the people to send to the ground, to send to the rural villages in Shakahola, in wherever, to actually see buildings that are coming up. So I think that could still be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to add anything to that, or I proceed?
Thank you so much. I think to add on what Prof said, when we look at all the agencies that we have, all the agencies that we have in the country, they are born of a need. Each of them has a mandate. It is only that most of these mandates, they overlap. And that's why you find sometimes conflicts. But they are not supposed to be there. Because like we talked, we saw from the presentation that the mandate of NCA is the anchor. It oversees, it regulates. Then all the others are doing their work. So all what we need is to coordinate those efforts, just to make sure that everybody is doing their work and they are feeding into what other agencies need also to act, because you find, like now when you visit a site and you find there is a problem with the issue of safety, like the workers, they need some issues, they need some tools to keep them safe when they are doing a work. Maybe they are dealing with the chemicals, and or to say like they are dealing with the tools that actually they need some maybe gloves, they need helmets. Those things may not be falling when it comes to health. They are going to dodge more than they are coming. So, but NCA oversee all, because that is part of the construction industry. So I'm not seeing the conflict that would come if everybody played their role. They would all be complementing one another. And that's what we need to look to. What we are working with the platform is to bring everybody on board, make sure everybody is pulling towards one direction, and there is no competition among the actors. They are just actually doing their part and complementing each other.
Thank you, Dr. Murigi. The next question is still yours. Housing is a devolved function under the 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Does this in any way create conflict between the functions of the authority and those of the county governments and other agencies? Repeat. Housing is a devolved function under the 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Does this in any way create conflict between the functions of the authority and those of the county governments and other agencies?
About they build houses that are the same standard, but then depending on your capacity or your finances, then what limits or what makes the difference between the person who has and who has not is just the amount of space that you can afford. But then they also now put the resources in these people's pocket. They are very opportunities that people can now build up their families, their capacities, financial capacities, and they can actually enjoy the resources that are there. But when you look at the quality of the housing, it is everybody you visit an estate, and the houses are all the same, the standard is the same, And in that case, sometimes you even regulate the builders. You make sure that the person who is coming in and the design that is given for a particular settlement is the same. In that way, you give everybody dignity. Nobody feel inferior in such a setup. And in that way, you don't even need like walls, like walls, because you feel everybody is a member. Because even when somebody gets into this house, you can't tell what square area they come in a setup. So there is dignity in setup. But now when we come to the issue of management, or to keep sanity and integrity, or to build sanity and integrity in the construction industry, then you need an and making sure they're implemented. Then you have the owner, the client, who says now this is the requirements I made for my building. How have they been achieved? Do I feel no? Do I identify with the product? So they are auditing. And now we are talking of NCA now, seeing all those people who have actually done the right thing. And that's now where we are coming to what we are discussing at the moment. That platform, the coordination platform, that now feed everybody's, and it is not, previously we talked about the early warning platform that now feed NCA's, or NCA's data into this platform, and it allow now, this one allow now cross-sector and or multi-agency linkages, where information flow in and out, and everybody is able to act and execute their mandate for that.
Thank you. Okay. From this is for Mr. Mutuku. From the study, all agencies, as we've seen, indicated they had an existing online quality assurance tool, except for a number of counties. So most of the authorities have, except the counties. 47% of the participants from counties also indicated that they plan their quality assurance activities based on public complaints. Further findings from the study show that 94% of the respondents were in support of a harmonized digital interagency quality assurance platform, in line with the findings that have just been shared with us. What can a unified interagency coordination tool, digital tool for quality assurance, achieve for the industry?
Thank you for that. One such a tool would bring the element of uniformity, so that we know, and there is an element of predictability, that when you go to Mombasa, you expect the same kind of quality assurance and quality control system. If you go to Nairobi, the systems are the same. So such a tool, then for any contractor, for example, moving to Turkana, moving to Samburu, or whichever other locality, or Kisumu, or whichever region they move, they know that the systems are the same. They are not worried that if I go to this county, I might be treated differently than if I was in another county. So that kind of a platform, then it will bring an element of predictability. And any contractor or consultant operating from whichever region in Kenya, then they know how systems work. Because all the systems, in as much as they are decentralized, but they are being regulated from one command center, and that command center is the NCA. So such, perhaps it would even increase compliance in terms of the quality assurance process and the quality control procedures, because people know what is expected, and sometimes when people know what is expected, then they easily comply. But when it happens that, for example, you're moving from this area to another, because we have contractors moving all over, If you go to this area and you don't know, sometimes you find people asking, what for my building project to be approved in this county, what do I need? What do I need? You need ABCD. Do you need to see anybody in particular, and those kind of things. But if we have one tool, one standardized tool, which is digital, then again, perhaps the compliance will even be higher than what is expected, because you know, you can log into the system and you know what is expected of me. Because sometimes you want to start a project quickly, you want to do a BCD, and because you don't want, and the government operates in bureaucracy, you prefer to take shortcuts because the system is too long. But if you knew before how the system works, then this, I believe, it would increase compliance, and of course we will have better project success in terms of quality. We will have reduced number of billing failures in the process. So I believe this tool is critical, and I'm eager to see how the NCA will actually implement the tool. And perhaps like a panelist in the previous discussion said, if there can be a timeline and we see these rolled out perhaps as a pilot, and we see how actually it can work. But we need a lot of cooperation between the NCA and the counties, because sometimes the counties, they have their systems and the NCA wants to have their processes. If we can have such kind of a coordination, because sometimes again the issue of resources, the NCA does not have unlimited resources, and so are the counties. So perhaps there is a project somewhere, because NCA, they have their own criteria when it comes to doing random checks and on sites. If they go to Nairobi, they have their own criteria on how to do some sort of sampling to see those random checks, which projects are complying, and the counties as well. So because of limited resources, NCA might not be able to reach project ABCD. And again, because of limited resources by the counties, they might not, again, reach those ABCD projects. But if we can have this digital platform, and whoever is inspecting, doing a random check from NCA can indicate, I've gone to this project. Whoever is moving from county can actually also indicate, I've moved to this county. Then we will have the issue of overlapping responsibilities, or having overlapping checks when there are other projects which have not been inspected. So this tool is very much welcome, and I think it will do a lot of good in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to what has been stated excellently, is just to still go back to our original proposal, that tools are just tools. They must still be managed by professionals, by people, and correct adherence to them. I'm still going back to the idea that as long as we maintain the traffic police culture, you know, of you pay to let me go, then it doesn't matter whichever tool we bring. You remember in the county government, now we have the IFMIS. You know, it's an electronic system for financial control, but it hasn't really reduced the incidence of corruption and non-adherence. But one improvement that such a tool will bring, of course, is the ability to audit, the ability to go back and check. But we need people. It's not things that work, it's people who work. So regardless of the tools, I mean, all the time when you go to Europe, you see buildings that were done in 1495, they were well inspected, they're still standing there. They didn't need an electronic something. They just need people who are committed to ensuring that standards are adhered to. So tools enhance effectiveness. Tools make it easier and simpler for us to do what we do. But at the core, there must be a culture of compliance, both from the people that are being served as well as the officials that are serving them. And if that can be drummed in and everybody accepts that, then I think we are getting to the right direction. So in a way, one actually also sympathizes with the NCA greatly, because sometimes the very customers that they are serving are the ones resisting that change. They are the ones that don't want transparency, effectiveness to be brought there. Today in Nairobi, if you go towards Ruaka and whatever, you see where the Chinese are building high-rise flats, And they look beautiful. But those flats are no different from what is constructed in Pipeline and Huruma. And all the difference is finishes. Somebody decides to finish the work properly, use the correct molds. And so suddenly that thing looks much better than what you have in Huruma, which probably has costed even more than what that is done. So it's that culture of excellence, that culture of being proud of what you do. And I think if we bring that culture, plus now the right tools, then we will get what we are looking at. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Much has been said. For me, I would only look at, I'll give a scenario. We have policies and we have laws that bar, or maybe they put speed limits on our roads. So you are driving along a highway, and then you have a speed camera there that read your speed and see you are going way above limits, transmit data directly to police and to judiciary at the same time. So it removes the human interface. Because if, like now the situation, the police is the one who just stopped you, then you have a chance to bargain, and you see the judiciary doesn't know yet. But now we are having a platform that is sending information to all the actors. So none of them has a benefit of using that information for their own just benefit alone, or maybe personal alone. So the same case with this platform. When you eliminate human interfaces, most of the time you make a system integral because nobody can meddle with it. And that's what we are saying. You have gone to a site and you have a camera, you are being everybody who is attached to that space, to that app, can actually see what is happening there, and they make their own conclusion and they act on it. So none of the actors can actually meddle with the information or the data that has come up from that space. So this is what we want, the direction we want to go. Because as you heard from one of the members who said, you don't have a situation where everything is ideal, like a country where there are no prisons. So you have a situation where people who want to tamper with the system, this is what digital technology helps us to, by eliminating the human interfaces. We are able now to rely with the data and read it directly without interference, or without anybody meddling into it. So I think that's what we are, the benefit we are getting from having this platform in space.
Thank you very much. Before we close, I'd like to invite questions from the audience, if we have any. Yes, please. We have 1, 2. Okay. Please put up your hands properly. Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear the gentleman saying ladies first. Thank you so much for the discussions and for the insights. Listening to the earlier presentation and this one, and the fact that there's a consideration for using the same platform for both the assessment of the risks and also for the quality assurance. I'm wondering, coming from the aspect of failure of construction in terms of buildings mostly, I didn't hear any input on the quality of construction materials in either of the two presentations, because I believe that's also a major contributor to the failures of our structures. And also, if I could emphasize what Engineer Goro was talking about, I think the aspect of ethics also need to be captured somewhere. So those two. Thank you.
Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Timothy Musiomi, a consulting engineer. I remember last time I did mention it. Yeah, what a wonderful presentation. I think we are walking into the right direction. That as you did your presentation, the presentation and the discussion, what was going on in my mind was that when Huduma centers were established, we were informed that they were meant to make things easy, bring all the regulators together, it will be a one-stop shop. And at that time, there was a lot of fire and energy towards it. Of course, we had a lot of expectations, and over the years, we haven't seen that. So I don't know what mechanism you have put in place in order to ensure that the conflicts and sometimes the confusion that is caused by the many regulators is actually dealt with. I deal with defective buildings actually for the last 10 years. That has been what I've been dealing with, and every week I deal with at least a building or two defective ones. I just finished retrofitting one 5-story building from underpinning from the foundations to the roof, just to make it habitable. And sometimes before we begin the retrofit, you know, everybody has gone there, stopped the construction, and then NCA will give me the list of requirements before they allow us to do the job. The relevant county government will also do the same. One entity, most of the times, actually I've seen this from the counties, they'll come and ask you, why haven't you started? When you tell them, of course, we are waiting to fulfill NCA requirements, they are like, we are the authority. So I was just bringing out the element of sibling rivalry at the county, because if it exists now, how do we intend to break that barrier so that you can bring everybody can have the same mind for, so that you ensure the success of the platform. Professionals have also had a feeling that some counties that have even rolled out these approval systems, online approval systems, somehow there's an internal sabotage of the system so that you can appear physically. I don't know for what reason, I will not speculate, but maybe some of you are speculating. How do you really intend? Because he's now touching on the ethics, he's touching on many other things. You say that, especially the previous, it came from the previous discussion, that a message will be sent to the police. I've actually visited a number of police stations. If you walk there, do you see somebody looking at the screen and following up a message that has just come in? Thank you very much. Those are my few concerns.
Sorry, I didn't say my name. I'm Engineer Dr. Victoria Kumu, Multimedia University of Kenya, and a professional structural engineer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daniel Choi. I represent EPRA for this wonderful discussion. First of all, I would like to thank the team for the topic, which focuses on actually coordinating all the regulatory bodies who look at construction, led by NCA. So I'd like to ask a question to the panelists with regard to whether there is a cost element to the contractors, especially them having to comply with all these compliance and laws, whether it can be quantified from your perspective. Number two, from the model shown, we were able to see that there are some countries which lack harmonized tools. That is the template. And we all know that there are ongoing tools. For example, the building code is one of those tools. Number two is the physical planning handbook. Even in the road sector, there is the road design manuals. So how far are we
with regard to finalizing those draft tools so that they can be implemented. Probably a discussion can be led by NCA and the counties so that they can implement with those tools. My third question is with regard to trends coming up in the construction industry, whether the model actually pictures such trends. For example, as EPRA, we would like to actually notify every member here, the contractors. You can actually introduce LPG piped into tenants and charge it. And you can introduce LPG as a utility, just as you have water and electricity. You can have piped LPG in the, into people's houses. And I think NHC is somewhere here, they can actually comment on that. So we get such a trend, whereby we know that even the government is actually looking at empowering people in that side. Will such a model, does the model actually incorporate such of these trends? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Derek Merengo. I'm a contractor. And I would say a question and a few comments. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the presentation and calling us to involve us in this research. Though there is a question I had with regards to what's the role of the client and how can they be brought into the, I don't know if I'll say the consequences, because I'm looking at these stages of feasibility, design, and construction, and he is the constant. They are the constant. And sometimes they have quite, I would say, a bit of power in terms of driving the process one way or another, in terms of quality, and in terms of execution. Secondly, in relation to that, is there any way professionals can be more empowered to kind of, I don't know if I would say, to be able to stand up to the client? Is there a way NCA can help with that, so that instead of, because there's always be somebody who's willing. If I say I won't do this, there's always be somebody who's willing. Is there a way to kind of curtail that and say, unless you go through this process, you can't push this through? I think that's something worth looking into. And also on that line, there's a line about disputes. Particularly, obviously, it's mostly always payments. These may be deviating a bit from what we've discussed, but my question was, there is a lot of disputes that seem small, and they seem to be taken seriously when they are at a certain level. I don't know if there can be maybe a look into the process of how to streamline the so-called small claims, because you find a lot of small contractors are unable to really start up and move on because, there are disputes with clients. You can't easily move on to something else. You can't start up something else because you're held up in a dispute. So I was wondering if the NCA has any solutions for such kind of scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to allocate the questions. The one for quality of materials and ethics, I think I will give you, Prof. The second question was about what mechanisms will ensure conflict or confusion is dealt with as they try to roll out the system with the Huduma centers, and given as an example whose expectations were not met. Dr. Murigi, you can go with that. Then we have a question on the cost element to contractors with regards to the proposed tools. Lack of certain factors that may make the tool not be efficient. For example, the building code that is not yet in effect. Also, with regards to trends in the market, does the model picture as such, or does it take into consideration such trends? I would like that to be answered by NCA. I hope that's okay. Thank you. And then Mr. Mutuku, you'll do the role of the client and how they can be brought into the construction throughout this whole process. Anyway, professionals can be more empowered, and how disputes can be looked into process of streamlining small claims. So we can start with, I think that, yes, you can start.
The role of the client, I believe the client plays a big role, because the client is the initiator of the project. He owns the project. Everything that happens through, even with the contractor involvement and the consultant involvement, the client is the owner of the project. Anything which is supposed to be done regulation-wise, it is upon the client to make sure that that happens. Even if that will be done by the consultants or any other appointed person, or like the contractor, but it is a client who is supposed to make sure that all this happens. Because if a project is not compliant, and the works need to be stopped by either the NCA or the county government, then the person who perhaps loses the most is the client. So then we cannot, the client cannot play a dormant role. The client cannot stand on the sides and wait for things to work out. So the client must be involved directly. If it is through an appointed consultant like the architect, then it is upon the client to make sure that everything that ought to be done in terms of, let's say, the registration and the compliance status of the project at any given time, it is the duty of the client. Because like I'm saying, he stands to lose the most. He stands to lose the most in case of the project being suspended. The other question which was about dispute resolution and small claims, perhaps I feel the NCA are best position to answer that because it is outside the context of quality assurance. It has nothing to do with quality assurance. It is how the NCA can be able to help small contractors like myself when it comes to resolving small disputes and small claims. So thank you.
Yeah, we go back against to ethics, the issue of ethics and quality, and they are related. And I'm glad that we are discussing this in a forum for professionals. As I think David D would put it, we are a corrupt country, you know, and until one day you start reading in the newspaper that somebody has divorced the husband because he can't explain where the husband gets the money from. That is the kind of society we have, you know. So the ethics is about the professionals sticking to their roles and mandate and what they know better. As somebody asked over there, if you refuse, someone else will do it. We want to be in a situation where there's not that someone else who will do it. There should be a situation where somebody says, if you are building this road, the road furniture must be there, and I can't sign off onto that. But if you still live in a society where somebody can manage, I think you read the Nation the other day, a medical camp, you know, to look for people just to operate on. So that's where the ethics comes from. And it comes from the families, it comes from where we grow. You cannot teach that into a professional if they really don't believe in it. So that's why I'm saying that in a way, one ought to sympathize with the NCA because they're dealing with all these pressures from the professionals themselves, from the clients themselves, and people want to do things like yesterday. Everything is always being done in a hurry. It must be done quickly, haraka. Those things compromise our ethics. They eventually compromise our quality. And so as they say, probably when you have it online and we know curing must take exactly 21 days or whatever must happen, then those are followed and somebody can be able to look back into them. Then we will start to get it right and enhance those ethics professionally and enhance the quality of the eventual product that we produce. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I like discussing water because water has no form. You put it in any container, it takes that form, or any fluid. So the same case, we find our situation. I gave an analogy of the traffic discipline, yeah? Where if we had a framework where human interface is removed such that a camera it is able to capture my speed and convey that to the actors. I cannot bargain. At that point situation, the interface with the police is removed. I have no point of bargaining. But what happened in our situation is that this situation, we have situation where we give excuses and we bargain. And we come to this to believe that this is our nature. No, it is not our nature. It is because we don't have a structure. Our situation is fluid. So you are able to take any form. So you are flagged down by the police, you feel, the charge for this is 20,000. I can bargain with this person and give 3,000. It is logical. You are thinking logically. Yeah? But in other situation, yeah, in other situation where that one has already been curtailed by a system, that this information is already conveyed elsewhere. So bargaining with this one person doesn't take you anywhere. So it removes those kind of situation that we find as if they are our nature. They are not. It's only that our situation is fluid. We are playing around with it. So this is what we need to remove by having structure like the framework we are talking about, such that you are taking it data and many agencies are able to take that data, make their own conclusion, and by the time you face them, then you can't now play around with that because dealing with one person, and you can't pay all of them. So you can deal with the police by, you find the judiciary, like in another country, when they catch you with, or when they nab you with that speed limit exceeding, you find a bill at your poster. The thing was taken up by the road, it was sent to the judiciary, they gave from the statute, they're able to pass the judgment, this fine is given, another person is the person who now do that, a different entity, it processes that, it is conveyed to another entity, now that convey the fine to you. So all these cannot be played around with. And this is what we are talking about. We have so many agencies that are acting to bring sanity in our system. But all of them are operating in a very fluid system. But align them so that there is structure. None of them will be able to play around with a structure that is no. We talk of a triangle. Yeah? No matter what you do, you cannot change it. It's so rigid. You push one corner, the other one harness. So this is what we are looking at. Let us not think ourselves as if we are inferior. No, we are the same. And in other countries where they had not put these structures, they are the same position where we are. So we are in the right journey. Let us keep the fight on. Let us do what we know is right. And I'm sure we'll also get to what we aspire to be.
Thank you. NCA, the last question.
Thank you. Quite an exciting discussion, and I believe we are in the right direction, and hopefully in due time we'll be able to get there. I think the issues that have been raised are very pertinent issues that as a team, will need to go back again and look at them and see how we can incorporate them into the framework that we are proposing. Now, the comment I wanted to respond on is the issue of the current tools, and we are cognizant of the tools that are currently being developed. I know the road manual, we've already put in our input as NCA, and hopefully it will be able to be published very soon. We have the building code, I think it's on course, and then we also working with JBCC in terms of the contracts to see how those contracts can also be modified, because as part of the regulatory process is to look at the contracts. And I also want to report that we're already working with National Oil, as mentioned, in terms of trying to incorporate the aspects of gas, metered gas into the buildings. That can be included in the building code. So I think it's a process that is ongoing. This study is just developing the skeleton. You remember the tier 3. The tier 3 which you are talking about in the framework now includes all those aspects that we are talking about, the issues of roads, the issues of the other peripheral regulatory processes that are coming on board. So we are currently on the skeleton, and once this skeleton is well built, then we'll now start putting in the meat that is needed on the skeleton. The other aspect that I wanted to comment on is on the issue of the dispute resolution. As an authority, that's something that we can be able to take home as homework, so that we can be able to relook at it and see how can we be able to assist our contractors. Because I know it's a challenge. It's come up quite severally. So we'll be able to take it home for consideration, and hopefully we'll have another session like this to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask our panelists to please give us a short parting shot as we conclude.
Thank you. Like we've said, this tool is the beginning of a very important phase in the industry, because harmonization of all this is much needed. It is actually coming very late. It ought to have happened a long time ago. So this is very welcome, and like I've said, I'm very eager to see how NCA actually implements this, because it is really much needed in the industry, because the industry is like the presenter said, Lagat, the industry is very fragmented. If there is a way in which we can harmonize as much as possible, because where you find the manufacturing industry or the transport sector or whichever other sector doing better than the construction industry, is because it's a bit centralized. But the industry, the construction industry projects are happening all over. So because the system, the industry itself by its nature is fragmented, can we try as much as possible to put it back, to consolidate it? Because that will help a lot when it comes to the control of what is happening. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'll echo the same sentiments and say that the future really looks bright. We are on the right track, even though there are baby steps, but it starts with the quality control, and we are getting there. And even more interesting is the futuristic element of it. I mean, looking at green buildings, green infrastructure, and also going all the way, like now we're covering rural road construction, because that's where everybody thinks they can be contractors. And as much as we always talk about cowboy contractors, but there's also so much cowboy professionals overseeing the industry. So I think, yeah, we are on the right track, and we need to give NCA more teeth so that we align, as he says, we streamline and continue in the right direction. But I think we are on the right direction. Thank you.
To add on what my fellow panelists talked about, I think I also agree we are in the right track. There are several tenets that bring sanity. When you talk of transparency, when you talk of accountability, when you talk of checks and balances, and all this we are getting when we have a framework that bring all the people around the table, all of them access the same data, they are able to discuss the data, they are able to discuss the results, and like we are seated here, we are even thinking of the future of these, you are giving us the feedbacks, and we are interrogating the information that is in front of us. I think that is the making of the greatness, and I think, as Prof has said, it's a baby step. You start from a point as you move forward, and I think I'm very excited to be involved in this discourse. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you to the audience for being patient and for participating in the session as well. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, our panelists. Let's give them another clap. And thank you very much for the audience. Let's give ourselves a clap. Thank you very much. That marks the end of today's proceedings. Right now, what you're going to do is that we shall walk out for lunch. Our ushers are there. They will show you where you're going to have your lunch. Then, as we rest during the afternoon, let us again meet here tomorrow for the day 2 of these discussions, because tomorrow you don't want to miss the PPP session, public-private partnership sessions, and you also don't want to miss the issue of performance of rural road construction projects. So let's meet here tomorrow, same time. We shall start at exactly 8:45, at exactly 8:30, and the program will run like it has run today. So thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. I would request Architect Lagat to pray for the lunch so that we can all go and enjoy our lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request that we be upstanding so that we close. Okay, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this day, for the gift of life, and even for the gift of everything that you've bestowed on us. We pray that as we break from the day's engagement, as we reflect on the many dimensions that have been presented to us today, that you may give us the knowledge and wisdom to synthesize so that we can all together enhance the industry. We thank you even for the lunch that's before us. We pray that you may bless it, that as we partake of it, it may nourish our bodies to the glory and honor of your name. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.